All right. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. It's been a little while. Hello. I feel like fairly rare that there's a 2-week gap between us hanging out. Wow, I'm very grainy. Hopefully everything's working. I had to switch setups. My usual work computer at home was kind of going on the fritz. Anytime I was using Photoshop, it was just like dying. And so I actually went into the office, which is still kind of all shut down thanks to pandemic, and grabbed my machine from there. So this morning I had to hopefully set up everything correctly for the stream. How is my audio, by the way? I wasn't even sure I would get it going because it was having issues like 5 minutes ago, but I think I got it. Hello, hello. All right. Audio's fine. Okay, great, awesome. Man, I think I need a haircut. Getting good and long. All right. Yeah, so the bitrate might be quite different. And I'm not sure how bad the lag is. I don't have it kind of like all set up properly, and I also look very just pixely, and I don't know, frame rate's weird. But we're gonna do art today, and we're gonna be working on one of the Jade bases for the ever-growing collection. We're working on the Ox base for the Lunar New Year. The Lunar New Year. Base. All right, sorry, coffee's still kicking in. Yeah, so I think, what are we at now? I don't actually think we're at fully completing the set of 12. I thought we were this morning, but then I actually checked, and I think we started with the dragon base. So we have the dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. Now we'll do ox. No, we had rat in there too. Yeah, rat was last year, right? Yeah, so we'll have 2 after this. Okay, awesome. But we did complete one of the sets, I believe. What was it? It was the collectible, I think? Yeah, the mask. Yeah, so this will be the last mask this year. And then, yeah, I think Dave talked with you about it before, what we want to do for the next event, because I think it's kind of neat that there's kind of like the dozen collectibles. Obviously, the base is kind of like the big ticket thing, but like, you know, I like the little collectibles when they're a little more meaningful than just kind of like random, you know, the lattes and stuff. Confetti are fun, but, you know, like, there's not as much meaning behind it as kind of like getting the set of 12. Just sound on my horn, getting Facebook set up. I should have made sure this was all ready to go yesterday, but you know me. This is the stylus. Also working on the tablet that was in the office. I brought that home because I wanted to, you know, have an extra monitor so I could kind of like transfer stuff between my computers easily and make sure I had everything. But I figure I might as well just kind of work on the Cintiq version. But I also forgot how much its drivers mess up. So hopefully it'll work correctly without me having to change anything. I'm actually just going to jump over into Photoshop. All right, so here we are. We're in the photo of the shop. Also, loads of construction in my neighborhood nowadays. So if you just hear lots of kind of hammering and rumbling, I'm not sure if my camera or if my audio is picking that up. It looks like it is. Like, my input capture is just like constantly, and then like anytime there's hammering, it just. But it does not scale nearly as high as my voice, so hopefully it's not annoying. Okay, so I feel like we've been illustrating a lot of bases lately, at least on stream. So hopefully that's not annoying for you all. Let's see, we got our jade slab here. We have our grid that we added in thanks to a very kind of like long day of fighting bad perspective and trying to make things work on a grid without actually doing it the right way. So I have that now in my template file. Good for me. All right. Yeah, no, like the construction in my neighborhood is insane. They just are finishing up kind of erecting like this massive, huge condo thing on the corner. And then they just knocked down two fairly large kind of apartment structures. They're going to be building a whole building over there, and that's just like diagonal for me. And then across from the street from that, they're knocking down like 3 other buildings there. So this is going to be condo, 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 condo. And then we have this tiny, crappy little building that I'm in, just surrounded by condos. So I would not be surprised if ours is going to be going next. So we'll see, I suppose. All right, so hopefully the setup is going to be pretty slick and smooth. Haven't actually tested it until now, at least with the streaming software running. All right, cool. Yeah, no, I know. We've surpassed the 12-year mark for stuff. It's crazy. All right, so I think the first thing we need to do for the Ox base is get the actual character for the Ox. And Brian, you're in the chat here. You've always been quite useful for helping me verify that I'm not drawing the character incorrectly. Hey, there we go. Ooh, that's nice and simple. Okay. Now I'm just looking up some Ox. Oh, it's so simple. All right, love that. Okay, so going to you know what, I should set up this this template file with kind of like, you know, like this kind of thing that I can just plop down on there once I've designed it, because that's another part of the base process that I do a lot, and I kind of have to redo it every time, so it doesn't really make sense that I don't already have that in my my template file. I already made this grid here, so you know what, let's just quickly do that. What I do want to do is try to, I should probably use my mouse, try to kind of capture accurate dimensions for it, which might be challenging because it's obviously kind of rotated and laid down in perspective. So thinking if I do this, then this, and it would probably want to go out a fair amount as well. All right, that's looking relatively close to the dimensions that it probably might be, maybe a little wider. That said, we could also look at kind of the golden ratio for it, and that would actually probably be the best. So let's just use that. Oop. Actually, I'll just clear that out. One thing about this tablet is it is actually smaller than the other one. So I kind of like, I hit the edges of it more often. I'm used to kind of bigger sweeping motions. So I'll probably next week hook up my my usual tablet, just because I think I like that one more. Even though the one I'm working on currently is a Wacom, and it's like kind of higher quality. I mean, technically it is, but it also has weird features that make it kind of annoying. It has like touch controls, and those often reset themselves. So like the touch controls on it are like really, really bad. So I have to have it disabled because like when I'm drawing, it just creates brush marks when I put my hand down, and if I don't notice, suddenly, you know, a layer has a streak in it, and I can't undo it because, you know, it happened so long ago and I'd never noticed. So I have to disable that every time I use it, and then anytime the computer falls asleep, the monitor shuts off, and like anything that was in that like moves over to my main monitor, and it just kind of messes stuff up a lot. So the drivers for it are really bad. So I'll just call this frame, and I'm actually going to save this template file. All right, and now I'm saving a new file for the Jade Ox space. Cool. All right, so now when I save, I won't be overwriting the template, which I often do. But let's start with trying to get that the character to look right. So I'm going to move over to this fresh layer here, and I'll use my smooth accent brush and scroll. Oh, no, I don't need to scroll to the chat. All right. So I do want to get a little bit of like styling on the brushwork here, the character. So you'll have to tell me if it's inaccurate. Okay, so the top one looks shorter. Right now it looks like I'm drawing a pine tree. Something like that. Can I make a background for the Dragon Slayer skin? Thank you very much. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a new skin for it. I mean, I feel like it's been in the game long enough that we could do more skins for it. I think we just have the one, right? And I didn't end up, like, we did that one on stream. I never ended up making a backdrop for that, did I? This looks pretty good? Okay. I feel like it's a little, like, I want it to have a little bit more of kind of like a brushwork feel, like where it kind of smushes in. Make this kind of come up a bit here, I think. And to be fair, you know, it wouldn't necessarily make sense that it's like calligraphy exactly, because it's going to be carved into jade, right? So, but I just like to go above and beyond in any detail, apparently. Oh, let's see. Left to right? Okay. More for the parental traps, eh? Okay. So yeah, that's something that I feel like I've heard before, but I don't remember how accurate it is. When kind of creating the characters, is it always kind of done in a specific order? And maybe this one tapers off a little here. And then the top, I believe it would kind of smush a bit more like that. Maybe. Does that say ox? Is it? Are the proportions good? It's hard to know. Oh, here we go. Stroke order. Thank you, Brian. Ah. Hey, all right. That's cool. Okay, so it starts here, and then it like kind of presses in, lifts off. That's neat. I love that it's like a little animation for it. Thank you for that. Okay. All right, and then there's more of like a tilt to this, at least in this demonstration of it, right? But it's just so aesthetically pleasing that I want to kind of like capture this quality to it. Very nice. All right. So then it would be the one down here. I'll give it just a little bit more of a tilt as well. Yeah. I feel like it could go higher up too. Yeah, the top part looks like it's a bit big compared to this nice kind of animation. I'm like, I feel like I'm doing a terrible thing, just kind of like Photoshop editing it instead of like actually writing it how it would be calligraphy style. Because I have a tool, the stylus with pressure and stuff like that, could technically do this, but I do not actually have this kind of control over it. So instead, I just kind of push and pull. Okay, that feels maybe closer. Yeah, get me into a nice technical detailed thing. I'm gonna get lost just on this, the very first thing that we started. Amazing. All right, no, I think thankfully it's a relatively simple character. So, okay, so this is actually a middle line here. So this goes down just a little further. That's such a cool resource. Thank you. I'm gonna have to bookmark this. All right. Yeah, we've done dragon. That was the first one we did, actually, right? I wonder how bad the dragon one looks now, because that was like 10 years ago, I guess. Okay, so it's not like super, you have to do it in those orders. I guess in the end, if it reads, then that works, right? It's like for kind of my area, a lot of people are taught to be kind of right-handed, but I've just always been left-handed, and so I make characters very different and messily, very messily. So yeah, all right. Yeah, and then there's like the simplified ones too, because I remember when I don't know if it was dragon or horse or whatever, I was looking at them and I was like, this one's insane. But yeah, I believe Brian or someone else helped me realize that there was much more legible and easier to replicate ones for me. Yeah, so this looks good. That read pretty well. Oh man, that's awesome. Okay. Seems too curvy. It looks like the cow is dancing. Oh. Interesting. So would you kind of make it way more kind of vertical line rigid? Does that kind of make it more sturdy, I guess? Like straight up and down kind of thing. Like that. I could thin it out just a little bit, not much. Like, take the smoothing off my brush. It's making it hard to fill in little detail there. All right, now I don't want to get too caught up on this because I do need to, you know, create the entire sculpture of the base and then carve into it, right? Yeah, it's up to the individual, that's fair. Okay, cool. Yeah, there should be a new collectible that we're going to put out for this event. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing, you know, a little plushie for it. I hope so. That's what I want to do. I think doing the plushie collections will be a lot of fun. We haven't like verified that specific detail, unfortunately, so I can't give you like this is exactly it. But I'm interested in doing that, so I hope we do. All right, so what I'm thinking is we'll design the whole thing on this kind of like frame here, right? And then we'll, you know, transform it down into this grid, and then we can kind of curve into it. So if you've been around for the other Jade bases the other years, I'm pretty sure I've drawn most of them live. Maybe not all of them, but a fair amount of them I did on Feedback Friday. And one of the things that we have to decide on relatively early is, do we want the character kind of at the top or at the bottom? Because generally speaking, this kind of portion up here can get covered up by traps, sometimes even like down to that halfway. And then also there's obviously the cheese that'll kind of potentially obscure part of it here. Now what I'm thinking is this one's fairly simple, and when it's kind of like laying on its side, kind of here, just very bad version of it. Ugh. All right, sorry. Then, you know, the cheese, we'll pop that on here. I don't know why, but I always use the nutmeg. I think it's because it's like a nice big blocky one. It kind of obscures a fair amount. So it's possible it'll cover the character quite a bit, but being simple, maybe it'll still read. I don't know. I wouldn't want it to like accidentally look like something else. I wouldn't know though. All right, let's see. So go full calligraphic anarchy, just make it out of hoof prints. Awesome. And yes, to plushies, yes, for sure. There was a point in time, many years ago, I think it was probably up to like 8 or maybe even 10 years ago, probably, yeah, 8 or 9 years ago, we were considering the concept, and I still think it's a cool idea, of like having every single mouse have their own plushie that is like a rare chance of it dropping fully on the marketplace and stuff. But the idea is that, you know, even the most common mice, there's still something kind of rare to drop from them. But then like the already rare mice would have these super rare plushies to collect, and just kind of like that could be kind of a neat layer for the collector player. But then for people who don't really care about that, it's like, I can ignore it. But obviously, you know, we'd have to draw 1,000 little plushies, so probably not something we'll do. But it's an interesting concept. But it would be kind of one of those things. If we did it, then it's like, okay, well now we got to do it forever and you know, go back and do it for all the ones that exist. And if we change the art for anything, would we change the plushie? It's a nightmare to kind of have to do that. But I think it's kind of an interesting concept. So yeah, leprechaun plushie. Good luck. I don't know if anyone would get that. And I imagine, you know, we would potentially have the kind of like drop rate balanced differently for certain characters, but kind of a consistently, oh yeah, so because it's already this difficult to drop, you know, this plushie's worth way more, right? But who knows? Yeah, not something that's happening, not even in the kind of like idea bank at this point. But it's kind of a neat concept. If we ever needed to be like, we need to, you know, throw several artists at this thing for a good long time and make the old game very yikes and interesting for collectors only, then that's something we could do then. But I don't think that's a priority. Obviously, new areas, new mechanics, kind of making it more accessible for new people and trying to just evolve it into more kind of modern feeling and just kind of fun and keep it going is more of a priority than just kind of adding in extra collectible stuff because there's already tons in the game, right? All right, let's see. Yeah, it's like shiny Pokemon, but worse. Nice. I don't know, maybe there'd be a way to like crush plushies to turn them into another one. Who knows? Again, not actually a thing, so we'll not ponder on that. Unless people really want that, and then they go on Dave's stream and just are like, hey, we should do this. And he'll be like, where did this come from? Who did this? All right, so plushies for each subgroup of mice. Oh, that's an interesting way to handle it. That could work. Maybe just like one region that has that could be a fun thing and not require us to do it permanently for everything. Yeah. Leprechaun plushies, 1% chance to drop available on Marketplace. See how much that sells for. Yeah. All right, so let's go back to what we're actually working on. So what do we think of kind of positioning? Yeah, instruction received, ready to bug Dave. Nice. I mean, if it's what you want, really, it's up to you. You can bring whatever you want to Dave. I wonder if he'll know that it was from me though. All right. So I'm thinking this is probably quite big compared to the other characters we've done on other bases. Actually, that's another thing I should have done is pulled up the other bases as reference. Which I did not prepare. So let me, so this was, I need to open it there. Okay, so this was Year of the Rat. I'll just drag that over in here, please, thank you. And then we had Rooster. So these ones, they've flipped it, right? Where the character is. Pig was after, before that one then, I believe. So I'm just kind of going by the most recent ones. And what was it, monkey or goat? Maybe goat. Then dog before that. I could actually, you know, look at a list, but you know, the designs on these are all pretty different, and so I wanted to kind of capture some of that variety. I think one of the things that is relatively universal for most of the designs, I don't know if all of them completely have it, but having it kind of like inside of a circle It kind of helps it make sure it has enough space to read. Yeah, the rooster and horse one. Oh yeah, the horse one. Where is that? It's in a different folder apparently. Oh, go back. Oh, actually, I have this file here that I used. Ah, yes, the horse. There it is. This was a Jade template file that I created apparently. Oh yeah, the dragon one's like so simple. Actually, you know what? I can probably just drag old bases. There we go. What's with the coloring on dog? Looks like it's extra like saturated. Okay. Well, at any rate, here we have a whole bundle of bases. I think all but the rat should be here. So toss that in all bases, and we'll just kind of rearrange these a bit so I can kind of reference them. Sorry, they're now definitely out of order. Not that I probably had them in order properly before, but it's interesting how differently the render quality is on each of these actually. I have to shrink this all down. Maybe if I stagger them like this and then shrink it just a little bit. Okay. Grab that folder. Oh man, this file just has a lot of kind of random layers that are turned off in it. Okay, so we have some reference. I guess I should probably even it out. 4 on each side. There we go. Okay. So, how do we want to handle this? I'll leave the character on its own layer, because I don't want to accidentally mess with that, and then I can kind of scale it pretty easily. I am going to shrink the character down a little bit compared to the other ones. The goat one's pretty big, but I feel like, oh, why is there? Ah, there's like a dot down there. It's like, why can't I erase this properly? Or transform it. There we go. Okay, so I'll shrink it. Oop. Shrink it down just a smidge. But yeah, so I also am working on a newer version of Photoshop than I'm used to, because when I kind of switched computers, I had it updated. And so the hotkeys are just slightly different. It still does that thing where, like, if I hit Alt and the bracket key, it will kind of like jump layer on me. So I've had to like recreate my hotkey override here. But now, like, when I do transforms, sometimes if I hold Shift, it like makes it so it like skews it weird. And then other times when I, like, if I bring in a file, it uses the old rules, but if I transform a layer, it uses their new rules, so it's super inconsistent and super annoying. I don't know, every time Photoshop does stuff like Adobe, it's worse. So I'm actually, there was a sale on Clip Studio, and so I'm actually trying to learn Clip Studio because it's pretty close to Photoshop. It's maybe not as good in some areas, but it actually has better features in others, so I've been learning that. I'm not confident enough with it to like use it for work stuff yet, but it also doesn't require a subscription and an arm and a leg for cost, So if you're out there looking for an art program, that's actually one that I would consider trying out. There's obviously a free trial for it as well. The feathering on this, how do I get rid of that? All right, let's see. I don't know. All right. There's another way to do this. And the undo key is different as well. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. I like to complain about Adobe products. But actually, so one of the things that I think is pretty neat about Clip Studio that I've been kind of figuring out and enjoying is actually learning how to animate. Just kind of frame by frame, hand-drawn kind of animation, because I've always been fascinated by it and just wanted to try it out. And so I was doing a little bit of it in Photoshop for fun, but it's really rough in Photoshop. It's not well suited for it. But seems to go pretty well in Clip Studio. So at least for that, it's been quite smooth and fun. But the brushes I'm not really used to. I'm not very good with them. Haven't been able to find any that quite feel right. Okay, so I'm going to put this in its own group here, because I want to figure out kind of like the actual design of the ox itself. Obviously, in most of these, we have the animal kind of represented somehow on it. I guess all of them do. Some are like just a face, others are kind of a full character. Snake, it's kind of like there's the snake cut out in a coiled snake, and then like dragon is probably the furthest away from, you know, showing the full character. Obviously, you know, it does, but it's just on the side with like some simple kind of carving into it. So what I'm thinking is kind of like the goat. The ox might be neat to have is just kind of like this big face. Just copy the Minnow base but change the color scheme to Jade. I love it. I'm actually going to take a quick look at what it looks like fully. Yeah, because it's got the Minotaur kind of like just hanging out on the side. Only, you know, the whole side. It's kind of fun. Oh yeah, the pig base. Yeah, that's not in this list. Correct. Let's throw that in here, because why not have them all? Where are you? There you are. Oh, this one's super cute. I actually really like this one. It's one of my favorites. There we go. Make it bigger than the rest. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of nice design that worked out for this one. So, yeah. Let's see. How do... Okay. Let's just try. Some stuff. Pull the chat back up. I accidentally hit it. All right. Oh yeah, adding horns to the sides. I mean, that could work. Kind of like turning it into the ox, perhaps. Could we put the nose on it? Maybe. Yeah, horns at the sides of the base. Yeah, and like making them maybe go forward. Or maybe are you thinking more like kind of like, you know, like the full kind of width of both the horns, or just kind of like one going forward somehow? Um, hmm. Could maybe do like the snout here, right? I kind of want to have like the ring coming out, but that would probably mess with a few bases. There's maybe one or two that might not kind of fly with. It's like if we move the character up here and had kind of the snout, could do kind of the horns there. Although, I actually think that oops, there we go. Okay, if I put this near the top instead, see what happens if it's kind of like I kind of like the idea of there being these horns almost kind of like holding it there or something. I should probably pull up Ox reference. Just hammering away. All right. Kind of like just making it like super thick. Although I don't know if the horns quite work on that. Bells. A bell design. Oh, to like fit that kind of shape there. Would be interesting. Maybe. More cowbells. Yes. We have a little Easter egg for that in the original King's Gauntlet. More cowbell mouse. So maybe this is covering over just a little bit, or the circle is kind of overlapping it. The horns could kind of come forward. Like, the thing is, I want the horns to be like super wide. So maybe I need to kind of bring the face in a bit. And then I'm not sure how well the cheese would sit on top of that. Sticking out the sides of the base. Again, like, as much as I would love to do that kind of thing, if it transforms the actual dimensions of the base, that would kind of potentially mess up the look with other traps. So I can't, unfortunately, do that. All right, let me actually pull up some good reference of Ox. They're so cute. All right, close that. Does the oh my goodness, the horse does not actually have the character. It's the only one. What was I thinking? What did I do? How did I manage that? Did I do this one off stream maybe? And I just kind of got caught up in it and rendered away. I wonder. Huh. Hello. It's kind of cute. Real big nose. Nice and wide. Extra wide. So we can kind of like, it looks like he's frowning with that. We can kind of like just start with this kind of thing and maybe throw it on the base to see if it actually even works. I don't know if we want to do the nose ring or not. Yeah, I mean we can kind of like play with all kinds of, like, the thing is a lot of them are pretty different. The pig one I feel is very cute, but it's quite busy, as well as the monkey. And the rat one is like the most kind of like character, but then the dog one is just adorable. Yeah, I don't know. They're certainly not super consistent, I guess. Texture the base with the horns. Yeah, that might be doable, actually. Like, I feel like the kind of like the horns on the sides could look neat, especially with them being like super long. And then, you know, we could do whatever in the middle. We don't need to like put, you know, its head here and little tufts, right? There's already potentially going to be this big face over here, right? So I wouldn't want it to just be faces everywhere. It could be kind of like its hooves. We've kind of used the hoof pattern in the past for stuff. Probably something like that. I'd have to look it up. Character might be kind of like closer to the middle maybe, but somewhere like that. Yeah, they all do feel pretty unique to each other. So that is pretty neat, actually. Yeah. I think that, like, it's simple enough, but it does kind of read for what it is, I hope. So yeah, I might go with this. I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, the bell can be on the front or side of the base. The shorter side. Okay. Should it be like one bell in the middle kind of thing? Because like cowbells can be on that side. Cowbells are like barely even bells. They're more like just kind of. I think they have a hammer in them maybe, but not always. Just kind of like a hunk of metal. At least the cowbells that I'm used to, like more so the instrument version, but maybe they have kind of the striker and the inside for the ones the cattle are actually wearing. Cowbell mouse just on the side, just slap an entire mouse, just pink, pink, pink. Cut into the base for the bell. I mean, we will be kind of like carving it all, right? So, trying to think of how that would work. Actual bell horn squared shape. Like a horn like that. An ox sign on the bell. Oh my goodness. All these ideas, and I'm not sure how any of them would work. Kind of. Oh, let's put. See if I can draw it real quick. Ha. I did it in the wrong order, but ha. String of bells. Okay, that's a neat idea. Yeah, I feel like, so with a cowbell, like, would it be that they kind of wear them, just kind of, I got my bling, or is it more that it's just kind of like the thing that, the farmer would kind of like have to kind of like call them, and it's just kind of like this metal shape that they strike, and it creates the noise that they become familiar with. Yeah, just needs more more. Okay, I see what you got now. Just cowbell all around the entire perimeter of the base, and yet there's just not enough. Needs more cowbell. There is a lot of horn-shaped themes and things, huh? Goat. I guess maybe dragon. That's it. Obviously this, but okay, they do wear them. Let's see, find the cattle. I mean, that makes more sense. That would make sense. Okay, fair. All right. All right. Well, I mean, if this is the face here, and it kind of does this like, to the sides, because they're big, thick animals, right? I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Might end up using that, but I just want to play with this space right now. Okay, so have the face here, and then since this is kind of the shape here, it could technically have the cowbell just kind of dangling on the front, although it's so short that it's kind of like, how do we make that read where you're going to understand what in the world that is? And the perspective on it would change too, right? Because it's like the face is facing this way and then this is facing this way. It's like they probably won't even look related. It's like a weird angle off of it, right? So I don't know how I can make that read to be cowbell. Okay, someone find a clip to the more cowbell. Put it in the chat. It's a SNL skit from a long time ago. So the circle on the top would be the symbol, the character for ox. All right. Well, I think that this is not bad. Maybe it would work actually if I have it kind of come to a point here, and then when it kind of like folds over, this is the cowbell, right? just change the shape of the base completely. No trap needs to fit it at all. I mean, if I could, it'd be fun to like mess with all that stuff, but boy oh boy, that would be a nightmare for the base, for the traps trying to sit on that. If I could do that kind of thing, I would totally mess around with it, but there's just no way at all that we could do that without it breaking all the designs, unfortunately. Give it derpy eyes at the bottom. What do we think of the face? Good? Cute? Minotaur pre-retirement. Fair enough. So if I make the horns go off the sides, actually, so let's kind of like look at this here real quick. We'll sketch it out a bit more. Actually, you know what? I'm actually just gonna transfer it down. See if we can make this look okay. All right, so. I guess I can just duplicate this, and wow, there's a lot going on in this layer, huh? Or in these layers. Okay. Just really rough. Woo. Oh my goodness. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It like does not work how it used to, so I'm not used to it. Ugh. Photoshop, please. Just be normal. Okay. Just a little bit. That's probably fine. There we go. She's sitting right on the tip of its nose. It's kind of cute. Okay, so if we do it like this, I'll probably need to use this darker color for sketching on the sides. So we have kind of the collar here, right? Where the rope that the bell would be hanging on. Yeah, again, it's kind of like the sudden perspective shift might not read well. But the other idea I have for making this interesting is if the horns like go even wider, and then kind of like reach up and back to the sides of this. Might be a bit extreme. But then having it kind of come around the side of the base might be kind of cool. kind of actually wraps over. I don't know, maybe good, maybe bad. Pre-retired Mino, huh? Pretty much. It is actually the Minotaur base, huh? Ridiculously big horn sounds good. Yeah, like these are cute, but I want it to be more horn than you know than anything. What if we went to the extreme with it? Like this kind of thing. Make the nose more boxy as well. I kind of like how boxy this whole thing is feeling right now. So let me try and capture that even more. Looks like a moose. I just kind of like added more. Welcome to Canada. It looks like he has sad eyebrows right now. So we could make the face quite a bit smaller to like try and get the big horn quality to it. Alternately, if we kind of like go more Minotaur, let's see. So the Minotaur is doing this, right? The Minotaur base. And I mean, it's actually useful for showing off kind of how wide the horns are. It's pretty fun. Kind of like how stylized this feels. Oof. And then like this. Oop. Could kind of like go off the side of it, right? Maybe in like that. And that's kind of neat. That's another kind of take on the overall design. It's always been, I guess, centered for the character. So I don't know if we want to break that suddenly at the end, but it's kind of fun. Yeah, the original sketch is pretty cute, right? Let's look at the Minotaur base for a second. Whoop. Copy image. It's just a quick grab. It's not high quality of it. It's got the cracked horn there. Got his mohawk action. But yeah, I mean, this is different, obviously, but you know, very similar design if I did it from the side. Which, you know, it does look good. Could work. So if I did this one, let's hide the other. If I did this one, I would kind of, so I'd have the character here going off the side. Then the horns here. It's almost like the cheese might accidentally look like it's kind of sitting on the edge of the horn, which is kind of neat. I like the nose kind of like being right at the edge right now, but I might hate it with it kind of transforming to the side here. This would come at us, I think. So we could do the ring again, or just leave it as kind of the snout. But I don't know, that kind of works. Two Mino locking horns onto the circle symbol. Interesting. So like on each side? I mean, let's try it. Let's see what this looks like. I'll just duplicate this. It's an interesting idea. All right, so let's move this into the center. And then like this kind of thing. And then I could shrink them a bit. Again, Photoshop, please. It might work. It might work. I'll just get rid of that. And it's kind of working in this view, but I'm not sure if it's going to read super well. And it's kind of like smushed down, but it might not be bad. It might not be bad. We'll see. So it's a cool design. Thinking portrait, that might be easier. So other orientation, duplicate this again. I'm gonna have a lot of duplicates. That's okay. All right. So instead of this, going back to the original sketch kind of idea, right? Like this one, but like maybe not exactly this. that. Paste it here. Okay, so if I smush it down like that, like this kind of idea. Now a character would be in front of them for this one, potentially, or I would make them more staunch, or move them down, or what have you, all kinds of options. It's pretty cute like this, huh? Could also be something like this, but oop, I mean to actually, yeah, that's fine. Maybe even like, oh wait, maybe. I get what that person was saying. I forget who said it, but having the bell carved into the side, I think I get it now. Okay, that's a great idea. If I understand what you were suggesting. Clever. All right, so if I move this up here, the bell is right at the edge, and it's a three-dimensional thing. It has a right angle to it. Let me just quickly demonstrate what my brain is going at. All right, so if we had the bell here, right, and then this is the side of the bell, have it kind of like, hey, look, it's actually a cowbell in there, like that. I don't know if we could kind of like show that it's, hey, look, it's obviously a cowbell by showing the side of it, because then I'd have to carve out all of this for that to actually make sense, that it's visible like that, unless it was like, maybe like a kind of quartz or some kind of clear glass type looking part of it here, so that if there was parts of a trap that sits on this ledge or the cheese or whatever, then it wouldn't kind of be floating in a weird way. Yeah. So yeah, this is, I like that. Okay, so that makes me want to do this design even more, because that cowbell thing is kind of cool. I think it's fine to kind of like carve it in like that. We have a few bases which are pretty deeply carved. And I'm avoiding doing these kinds of carvings now because we have a number of traps with the backdrops. I feel like I mention this every single time, but when we mess with the silhouette, it makes those traps look really weird. Not that I expect, honestly, a lot of people to be actually arming these bases. They're really not actually very good, stats-wise. They're really just for the collectors. But, yeah, so then the cheese will probably sit like here, or maybe like right here, which works. Actually, maybe it would be down here. Okay, but this is cool. And then we could do almost kind of like, I don't know, I like the locking horns idea still, but maybe it's more like this kind of thing where there's, I don't know if we want to go so crazy on just horns everywhere kind of thing. This is, that looks like nothing. I'm sorry, that did not work. All right. Nah, maybe we don't need to do horns everywhere. We could do the hoofs. The hoofs. We also need to figure out what we're doing for the sides now, because that changes what we could do for the sides again. The bacon base. Nice. All right. Beef katsu base. Bakwa. Yep, platinum base would be good for collectors. I hear you there. I hear you. That's not in my court. I mean, oof, that would be crazy and cool. If okay, so here's an idea, and again, this is just a Jacob speculation of kind of what could be cool, maybe not happening. Um, so obviously there will come a time when we have all 12 bases that have been created and put into the game. I don't believe that they're Ellie, right? They're not, are they? Are they Ellie? Are they not? But when we've done all 12, what do we do after that? Do we like return to the previous bases and bring those in? Could be good. The suggestion in the chat, which I find interesting, is collect all 12 of the bases, and then you get like some kind of zodiac bonus for having them all, which makes them actually useful compared to what they are right now, which would be pretty cool. It'd be a big reward for being around for 12 years if it was actually like pretty awesome. Yeah. But then it would be a case of, okay, well, we need to make sure that everyone can get the the bases as they roll around again. So would you want it to be where it's like we return the old ones and bring those back so you get the full set of the green Jade bases, or would it be kind of like, okay, cool, now that we're back at the Year of the Dragon or whatever, it like is a gold Jade or white Jade or some other kind of like version of the same base, and so it would work in the set the same way. As long as you have each of the kind of zodiac animals, then you get that bonus no matter what, and it works on all the bases. Yeah, they are Ellie, so that's exactly it. We would need to make them return as a new version if we were to do that, because obviously to like give it a huge bonus for people who have been around since the start of it and only them, and if any of those people that have been around since the beginning missed one of them, it's just like too easy to get destroyed and not get that, right? That would feel bad. But yeah, like if we did create a bonus for that, I think that'd be super rad. But it would have to be new bases would come in to kind of like pick up where the old ones left off. And I mean, they could get a nice stat boost. It's about time, right? So that could be nice. I wouldn't mind kind of like redesigning a bunch of them and make them look prettier, but it's kind of like, do we want a new base every single year? Do we want just this is the set? But I guess if they're Ellie, you can't possibly collect all of them if you missed any, right? I mean, these are really specific too. So the idea of them being Ellie is that, yes, they are limited edition, but I think in this one exception, the fact that they return, for a short period once every 12 years does kind of make it so that it's like, no, that's still very limited edition. It's a different version of it in a way, though. So I don't know if it would kind of like break our rule of no Ellie ever returning, because it's kind of like, no, that's still Ellie. So I guess that would be a discussion that, I don't know, maybe you guys had a bit of this with Dave before, but at least we still have 2 years to kind of figure out how we want to handle it. Just change the color. Yeah. Seasonal Ellie in a way, yeah. I don't know. Maybe we would go back and tweak them away from Ellie, but oh, just have a cumulative. Bleh, why can't I speak today? Cumulative. Bleh, still can't say it. Whatever. Have them add per base that you have. So like, yeah, if you have 8 of 12, it'd be pretty decent, but not as good as 12 of 12. It honors the people who have been around for the longest, right? And then the same idea would be like birthday bases could kind of like add together. The one thing that I find kind of cool about that is suddenly event bases might actually be kind of nice, and it's not as much of they just have crap stats, because if you've been around long enough to collect them all, then maybe the power could be decent enough you might consider using it. compared to a different base. Although, yeah, if you have like the prestige base, I don't think it could ever rival that, even with like full set. And I think the birthday bases, because I was brought up in the chat, is one that's already like you can just kind of go into the shop and buy previous birthday bases, I believe. 2 LE items have returned before: the polar base and a hit grab horsey, before the no repeating LE policy became a thing. Really? I actually don't remember. I was around for that, but yeah, I suppose that did happen. All right. Ah. Originally, LE items were described as they were not described as not ever coming back, ever, rather as potentially not coming back for a really, really long time. Yeah, I mean, it does still kind of create that limited, you know, like if it does take 12 years for them to return, I'd say that's still LE, right? So yeah, this is a interesting and good discussion. Obviously not something I can make any kind of call on. It would have to be the whole team and you guys involved together to kind of like be like, would this be okay for LE? Honestly, in my opinion, I think it's actually basically the one exception where I'd be like, this actually makes a lot of sense that it would return after 12 years. Because, yeah, I think a lot of people would be interested in being able to complete the full set, you know? And literally, it taking 12 years to do that is the challenge in that. It's, so, yeah. Personally, I'm into that. All right. But yeah, maybe I would update the art for the previous ones, tune it up. Maybe I would make kind of like the gold, you know, white jade gold versions instead, you know, and then that could be good. But again, another, you know, 2 years before we have to actually really worry about any of that. So we can have this in the back of our minds for that. Keep kind of the dialogue going and sharing your thoughts with us, because I think that's good to figure out. You know, LE is kind of a special element and relic of the old era MouseHunt. We do a lot less LE stuff these days, but it's not that it doesn't happen. But I think that, you know, it's an interesting kind of space that we need to kind of handle properly, and you know, I wouldn't want to kind of ruin what we've kind of created around that. But also, you know, I don't want to make it not fun for people who want to kind of do certain things. I don't know. All right. Well, I think I'm liking kind of this design right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this down here. And we're going to try and see if we can figure out what we'll do for the bottom, the sides of the base. Hey, buddy. What's up? You want to go out? Is it poop o'clock for you? It is poop o'clock. Hello, Photoshop. There we go. Don't know what is all the way down here. Oh, right, when I was rendering the bell on the example of the base, I probably didn't erase it fully. So that's probably got to go down to about there. And then I'm going to smush that down. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, the bell needs to be kind of out. I say. All right, well actually, if I want to get this scaled properly, the ellipse should be kind of like widest at the very right and left, and then narrowest at the very top and bottom of it, which is approximately around here. So that's probably decent enough. And then I'll just slide you up. Awesome. All right, so not perfect, but it'll be close enough. So I am kind of wanting to make the horns a little bit wider still. They look pretty kind of just stumpy from being squished down. So it also gives me an opportunity to do more with the side, right? I did do this in one of the sketches where, you know, kind of like went all the way up to the side. And actually, maybe we can kind of like give it a bit more three-dimensional feel if it kind of comes forward like that. But then again, it's kind of a case of, well, you know, at this exact angle that might look cool, but if you're actually moving the base around, this illusion won't hold up. So I'd rather have this kind of work correctly in perspective. Okay, so let's try to make that look better. Alright, so I think the horn would start to curve before it gets to the very edge, because otherwise on this side of the base it would just go off and you're like, what is that? And then suddenly it kind of comes hooking back in, and that doesn't really read as well as if it kind of curves in. And I don't know if it needs to like touch the circle here. That might actually be making this more difficult for me. Also, is this centered well enough? I can move it up a little bit. Gives me a little bit more room to work with. So what I'm thinking is the horns kind of go out like that, right? But then there is maybe another ring for this. And this is kind of what the horn kind of touches it here. Okay, so we're going to go on lunch in half an hour. All right. So I don't know if this is going to add a lot for the side for us to work with. Maybe it just kind of blocks it and makes it more difficult, because now we have to work around this little dip. And maybe the horns aren't even as clear because it's kind of harder to see what's going on the far side, right? So maybe that doesn't make it better. Kind of like the horns kind of pointing up instead of coming in, though, just kind of whoop. They also don't feel quite as cute as these little ones. I do want them to be a bit bigger. I'll have to like rebuild the base. Just fix it. Probably not something that can actually happen, but I want it. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that's the worst, to like have like the whole collection from the beginning, but like miss one in the middle, you know? Like, eesh. I mean, maybe it is just kind of like, okay, I don't think it would be very, like it would be neat, but I don't think it would be all that like good feeling for a lot of people if there was some incredible boosted power for having the full set, right? I think just the kind of like, you've done it, you have literally the whole set, is kind of like that like the reason to get them all, right? Just because if it's like, yeah, oh, I got all of them except I missed one right in the middle, now I gotta wait like 6 years, even though I should have the whole set if I missed one, you know, and instead of just missing the first one and getting all the rest, it's like, oh boy. But yeah, if it was some kind of scaling one, depending on how many you had, maybe that's a little better. But yeah, I think it's just kind of like, you know, knowing you have all 12 of them is kind of the thing about it. Maybe there would be some kind of like, you know, badge of honor thing that you could get. But again, it's like such a crazy requirement that like no game should ever have, that I don't think anything beyond the like, whoa, you know that you did it. Like, you don't even get acknowledged by the game. It's just you now have all 12, would probably be the most fair, because I don't want to create any kind of expectation for people to have to do something that is just insane. You know, you must play our game for 12 years straight to get this thing. You know, it's a lot. But I do also love that people can say that they've done it, because there will definitely be people that have done it, quite a few in fact. And then yeah, like the idea of bringing them back so that previous years that people missed, they'll eventually be able to complete it, will be pretty sweet. So eventually, if you're you know, a loyal enough player, then yeah, be able to get them all. But I certainly don't want it to feel like you're punished for not having perfectly gotten every single one. That would not be all that great. All right, so trying to figure out the sides of the base right now. Obviously, the bell right here, because that's just wonderful. And hopefully this will kind of read. I almost want to like give it just a little bit of like gold paint for the bell, but that might be a little too jarring. But I had this random thought this morning, where it's like, if we did transition to a new set of 12 bases, right? Like, let's say we did decide, okay, yeah, we're going to keep making a new Zodiac base every single year. We would obviously want to change the like material, right? We would make it not just green jade. It would be maybe a different colored jade, or it'd be like gold and green, or whatever kind of like would be neat. But I had this idea of like, well, what if the material slowly changed over each iteration of the base, so that by the time it rolled around, suddenly it's like, oh no, that's just a different material now, and it just keeps kind of like altering itself. So like if I added a little bit of gold now, and then the next year just a little bit more gold, and the next year a little bit more gold, by the time it's like back to the start, then it's like, oh, well, it's supposed to have gold and this one doesn't, so obviously it's going to get replaced. But I don't think that's a decision I can make right now. So I don't want to. All right, so just trying to figure out where the middle of this bell should be, thanks to our grid. That should kind of come out more there. So it should be 4. Oh, I was off by a whole block. Oops. I don't know how to count, apparently. Yeah, maybe if it was like not actually like powerful at all, just kind of has a neat zodiac effect that is like just a special, maybe like, I don't know, drop some kind of zodiac charm or something, nothing really crazy. Maybe like each base that you own increases the chance of a thing happening. That could be cool. So like if you have it armed, you know, like you have like a really, like if you only own one, you have a really, really, really low chance of whatever the effect is, but then if you have all 12, it's like very good comparatively. That might be cool. This cowbell might be a bit big. I'll make it a bit narrower. Yeah, I feel like something like that might be fun, actually. Because then, even if you only own one, if you really want whatever thing it is or whatever effect it has, you can still get that. It just will be less reliable, right? It just drops cowbell. That only works for this one. Yeah, all right, that's fine. Okay. Oof, yeah, converting ancient terms into ancient riff terms, that's potent. Well, maybe not, I don't know. It's not super riff related though. But there you go, 100% attraction rate on unit. It's like some of the things could be so specific, and it's like, hey, this is supposed to take 12 years to get. It's got to be real generic to kind of not be weird. Can you imagine if we like made the effect for an area that, you know, we created 12 years ago? It's like, all right, cool. You now have, after 12 years of collecting, extra seed drops in the tribal isles. Sick. It's kind of cute. Kind of cute. Okay, just playing around with the design. I'm trying to keep it as simple as I can, but also make it as interesting as I can. But I'm definitely pretty happy with the overall design. I think this is what we'll go with for sure. The boxiness of it feels right. And this would be like deep carving into the jade here. I'm actually kind of thinking it might be neat to like have the nose feel like it's kind of like sticking out a bit and everything else around it is carved in. Maybe. Might be a challenge because that's right where the cheese sits, and if it kind of like throws that off. Like it might make the cheese look like it should be kind of kiltered or something. Probably not though. Let's see. Actually, I haven't tested where exactly. Okay, so that's probably good. Cheese sitting right on the nose ring. It's fine. All right. Yeah. Ultimate boop to the snoot. Is this an okay placement? Should I move the snoot? Might be hard to kind of shift it around too much if we want to do this cowbell thing. Move. Move the snoot. So we could move it, we could scale it, we could do all kinds of stuff to the snoot. But let's just try. If we move it up, just like really up, so the eyes are like down there, that actually is pretty fun too. And I might kind of like cut into the circle here a little bit. Snoot. Actually kind of like that. So it could move up. Here, I'll zoom out a bit so you can kind of see it a bit better. Could move up. Could move it down. So now it's kind of like looking down at the ox a bit more. Like just kind of slightly shifting it. So we'll say this is like centered. This is up. And then this is like down. So I don't even know where it was to start. I think around there. Yeah, it was there. So if you want it like moved up, say up in the chat, and down, or like, let's see, we could scale it up. So just, there we go. Scale down. I don't know. You know, it's kind of, could try a bunch of different things, I suppose, but so smaller. It could be hard to read some of the parts, but scale it up. All right, let's try to scale it up a bit. Move it down, maybe. I don't know if that reads very well, right? Snoot. I kind of personally, I feel like let's just not have any cheese on it, you know? But I kind of feel like it works decently if it's like scooted up. Just because of how cute the eyes are with it, like that. Like that's probably too far, right? Like that's gonna look weird. Maybe. That's true. The cheese shape is kind of messing with it, and it's probably not even the cheese you'll use. That one's also pretty big. That one's a bit more kind of scaled. I don't actually have a lot of cheese in here, so let me grab a different cheese. I should really have a variety of cheese in this file, huh? All right, let's see. Let's go with Gouda. Yeah. Oh, I see. Right, I moved the camera into a bad spot. Place. There we go. Okay. So that's where that would probably actually land. So that's not too bad, actually. Let's try Super Brie. Because, like, if anyone's actually going to be using this, it's going to be, like, pretty low-level people using... again, with the camera, gotta zoom out before I place it to actually get it to just go where it needs to. So yeah, like, honestly, maybe they'd be using, like, Brie, but Super Brie is probably a decent one. Oh my gosh, that's not what Super Brie looks like now. That's an old version. We've updated that, right? I like never actually use Super Brie directly on my trap anymore. Obviously, it's just like converted into whatever area's cheese. Super Brie chunk place. Okay, so that's quite a bit bigger. Really like the sketch that had the ox symbol duplicated on the bell. Thank you. I don't think that'll work for a base though, because unless it was like a detail on like the side maybe, that might be hard to kind of like make read. Oh man, they're so different in scale. Hilarious. Okay, actually I'm gonna throw just like one more basic cheese on here. And we will go with, let's see. Pow. There we go. Oh, I have a phone call. Hang on. Give me a second. It was nothing, apparently. I picked up and it hung up, so if it was important, they'll call back. I would hope. All right. So cheese is challenging, right? It can kind of go in a bunch of different places. It can cover a lot of different things. Creating an image with interesting detail in that spot is a challenge. Creating interesting detail in the top is a challenge because, again, base gets covered up by trap. So it can really kind of obscure it. Toasty cow. But yeah, obviously these are all kind of rift ones, so it's not exactly the setup anyone would use. Again, I don't have a lot of kind of like good trap examples in this file, even though it's my template file, and I should probably have a few. A little bit more variety would be good. Let's see, what would be a good kind of just all-rounder that would probably cover up a bit, but not be too crazy. Let me see. Gotta get the good old School of Sharks in here. So, oh right, School of Sharks is a big trap, so the base is scaled down, so that doesn't quite work as easily. Right, what would be another one? Sandstorm Monster Bot. All right. Gotta dig around for that one. Oh, Sandstorm Monster Bot is also another big trap. But yeah, like some traps like really cover the base completely. Like the Oasis, the Chrome Oasis is just like barely any of the base will be visible. I think this one's a regular size one, right? So it's like, all right, I don't know what that base is, you know. So not a very good one. Yeah, the horse one is very different. It does not have the symbol, the character written on it, which is unfortunate. Zugzwang's first move. All right. Let's see. That one's an old one, so it might be kind of hidden in the archives. Let's go. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Where are you, Zugzwang? Down at the bottom. Oh, that's the ultimate. Zugzwang's first move. Larry. All right. Well, I mean, that one's going to obscure it too, right? Because of the checkerboard. So also a bad trap. Let's do a good trap. We can find one, I swear. All right. Okay. Reaper's Perch is one that I keep looking at, but like it also obscures more than usual, maybe. I mean, I guess there's just a million traps that I could actually just throw on. Like Slingshot, or the slack covers up most of the important areas for this. Again, as a collector's thing, it's kind of like, it is what it is. You know, it's not to be paired with traps so much as it is to just be in your inventory with the knowledge that you did it. All right, so I'm just enjoying looking at old traps. I'm sorry. You can't see it either. I'm just like worried that there's some versions in here that I don't want you guys to see. Oh man, okay, so this trap is just fun. I love the design of this. There we go. Should do another one of these for the Year of the Ox. Yeah, I mean, like, that's just the challenge. Is I don't think there's really a good setup that makes these bases like shine perfectly in every scenario. So probably shouldn't overthink that and just kind of like keep motoring on this image. So obviously the cheese is going to be a little bit awkward in places. You know, it kind of varies all over. But you can disarm your cheese and just appreciate this lovely image, because most of the traps are not going to cover the face. They'll unfortunately cover the character in some situations, but in others you'll be able to like arm kind of like, you know, the dissonance trap or something, time split, to kind of like get a nice view of it. So, you know, I guess the backdrop is pretty intense on that, but there are plenty of traps you can use just to look at this. So, all right, let's not worry about this anymore. Why am I moving these? All right, it is what it is. And honestly, like other bases we've done, you know, that would get covered by the same things. So clearly not a huge concern. We've done it multiple times in the past. This one's even lower than the other ones. It reads more clearly than the other ones potentially. So it is what it is. We just need to actually figure out the rest of this design and then go on lunch. Although I think we're going to go on lunch in like 5. So, all right. I've been ignoring the chat a little bit. Did we want to move the snoot? Or are we okay with it where it is, and you know the cheese is just gonna do what the cheese do what the cheese does? Yeah, the hit grab horsey is a good one to look at the base, but not a lot of people have that one. That's an LE trap. Our ox is a big, thick boy, indeed, as it should be. Scale it down and centered. So the nose smaller. Interesting. Scale up, scale down. Bottomless grave, just cut a hole in it. All right. All right, just a lot of like interesting traps to throw on it that would mess it up pretty good. Enraged Rhino would probably. I think that one's on a small base as well, though. Chrome, yeah. Acronym. All right. Yeah, tacky glue. Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the different years that I've done these bases, some of them are in kind of traditional Chinese and others are in simplified Chinese. Basically, when I've done these, I try to do them on stream because I actually really appreciate having input from people like you directly to kind of be like, am I doing this? Because I can't read it. I can't read either version. But you know, I want to kind of like include that because I think it's neat. And you know, so basically, I do it based off of the chat's input, and so some of them, I guess, you know, I looked up kind of like what is the Zodiac character and how to kind of write it. And I just went off those kind of guides. But other times, it was suggested like, here, use this, which right here, this one. And generally, using the simplified is good because it reads better at these skewed angles. So where I can, generally, I think it's probably best to use the simplified. But yeah, again, it's just kind of like, whatever the chat was kind of guiding me with at the time is kind of where I went because I'm blind in this otherwise. So yeah, all right. But it looks like we're coming up on lunch now. Yeah, looks like the retired Minotaur getting bonked. Yeah. Bam. Just put like, because I put a little tuft of hair. Oop, I just scaled the chat. I put a little tuft of hair, and it actually looks like it's kind of like, you know, like a cartoon kind of smack. What I'm thinking, actually, is I like the little tuft of hair. I think it's kind of cute, but it could be kind of more like up here instead. Although I don't know if that'll read very well. Need to like modify the balance of these shapes. They're not well balanced. I'll move that over. I don't do a lot of line work, so I'm not very good at it. But I do know some things about it. Yeah, just kind of sitting on its head there. All right, so that's my lunch alarm. Lunch alarm. Woo! Woo! All right. Kind of like it being a bit shaggy. When I think of like ox, I think like very fluffy ones, kind of almost bison level. But it's a little harder to kind of like go that far with a base like this. We need to keep it pretty simple and clear because it's very easy for this to become very hard to read when we start to like make it carved out of jade, right? So I don't know, did that add anything? Did it make it harder to read? Better or worse with this little detail? It is now kind of sitting on its noggin as opposed to just being a design. But actually I think that's kind of fun. So I'd say I'll leave it for now. If anyone wants that tweaked, I can definitely change it though. Alright, so that'll be pretty fun. I definitely want to do more kind of like, hey, what's going on all back here? You know, definitely still lots to figure out before we can really kind of like render it out. But the nice thing about this is the actual rendering phase for the jade is just me kind of like adding some, you know, bounce light and kind of like scattering light. It's very kind of, I'll just get into a zone with it and it'll happen relatively fast. Not too much to figure out other than just kind of enjoying carving into this material, which is always quite fun. I love doing these bases because I actually think jade is such an interesting texture. But I better start my lunch, otherwise, you know, we'll end up going for too long today. I don't want to go until like 7 o'clock or anything. We'll probably try and wrap up before 5, but we'll see. Anytime I kind of proclaim we're going to do a short stream, it's never the case. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna go on lunch. I'll see you in a minute. Exactly an hour, actually. I'll put up a timer so you'll know when I'm back. All right. That's how that works here. I'll see you in a bit. And we're back. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Lunch is done, and we shall continue to illustrate the illustrious Ox base. Alright. I did have a good lunch. I make some English muffins with my sourdough starter. So, enjoyed those with some jam and butter. Alright, so where we last were, we had kind of like, I'm feeling pretty confident about this kind of direction. We will need to kind of like figure out what we want to do with the rest of this area, kind of up here and the sides. But I don't think that'll be too difficult to figure out. A lot of the other bases, we just kind of fill it up with kind of like motifs from that animal, or just kind of cool patterns that I like these kind of just little nooks and etches, and then kind of like whatever shapes are cool. But because it's an ox, I want it to feel sturdy and like heavy. So I'm thinking big blocky shapes, whatever that is. If we go the kind of like more designed route. And also Larry is cooking up a little treat. Let's see. Awesome. Just get that. Copy link and face on a base. Pow. Alright, there's a little layer link for you. Is it ox on a box or is it face on a base? Good questions. Okay, so yeah, I like the horns. I think will work. Just a slight tilt in up at the top is good. And thanks to the grid, I can actually verify that they're kind of like in line with each other, which is a lovely thing. Thank you, Past Jacob, for putting in that effort that I should have, instead of wasting hours not doing it. All right, so I'm just going to clean up these lines a little bit. We'll do the ring around that and just kind of make that look a little nicer, and then we can just kind of like fill in that space with kind of like maybe more geometric shapes, more blocky, heavy shapes. See what works. I think, yeah, maybe we'll try adding like we could do more horns. That was kind of one suggestion, or trying to go with like the hooves, because we do have kind of like the footprints for a lot of the characters, which I think is nice. This is actually not centered, so we have 2, 3, 2, and just a little off there. Not a big deal. I did kind of move it intentionally, but I think I'll just kind of bump it over just a hair so I can make the horns at least a little more symmetrical. This one was feeling a bit too crowded. Alright, so I want to like smooth that curve a bit. So on this side, it should go into that line just a bit. Why didn't I have this grid before? My goodness. And then I think I'll just make this come out. Actually, I should use hard edge tools right now, just because I am doing like carving with kind of like just 90-degree turns. You know, it's not like softened edges. It's hard edged carving, so it's going to benefit from having a hard edge brush. for blocking it in. Especially when we go to render it, it'll actually be quite nice to kind of like use this layer to render into. And so this is going to widen out just a bit because of the perspective of it. And then it's going to come back in. And it's probably not perfect, but that's also kind of okay. So we have the nose ring is in, right? The rope here. It's not quite rope. It's more of a collar, but I could kind of like tweak it to be more rope-like. I kind of liked it kind of disappearing here, right? So instead of having it extend out there, having this shape imply that it goes there, but it's like covered with the fur. Just kind of helps it look more fluffy. Should widen that out just a bit. But yeah, I could add kind of like a knot for the rope or something if we want to see that, but I don't think it's a necessary kind of shape. Maybe just kind of add that. I don't know. I think I want to add a little bit of thickness to the cowbell actually, so that it'll be almost kind of like carved out and then sitting inside. So if I thicken the line here, and then extend that down and out, and then it's thicker here too. There'll be almost like a little gap between it. So then if I erase this here, I suppose I didn't need to extend it out, just how I handled the front of this would change slightly. But I'll have this come down now, so you can see that it actually has a thickness to it now. And these edges here won't actually be kind of rendered with a dark kind of line, but I need that to just see what's going on. This will actually have this highlight here, but I'll cover over that when I get to it, and then this actually will fill in that space just a little bit more. All right, cool. See, I really didn't need to thicken up. Oop, got a little too thin there. Didn't need to thicken up that part, really. I just needed to make the bell have a little more kind of dimension. I think that's going to work. Yeah. Oop. Keep kind of like creating lines at slightly off angles. Pull that back just a smidge. Don't want it to be too thick. Let's soften that edge a bit. All right. So I don't know who of you in chat saw the kind of like the splash screen that I uploaded for the stream, but I've been working on some kind of marketing images, so we don't have a whole lot of stuff for that, and it's something we need to do more and better. So I'm putting some extra effort into it, and that's been occupying a fair amount of my time, but I think it'll kind of like be pretty good. I'm hoping it'll be effective. But I made a kind of a splash that has just a slogan because I've noticed a lot of kind of like you know, games have their own little slogans, so I decided to try making one, and so I wanted something that would like capture at a, you know, in a single sentence, if you were to kind of try and sum up what the MouseHunt experience is as a game, like as an idea. I tried the massive passive RPG. So kind of curious what you guys think of that. I kind of asked in the chat before the stream and in the Feedback Friday Discord, and then Dave thinks it's kind of cool. It's got like that alliteration that, you know, MouseHunt. It's just a thing that we love to put in MouseHunt. It's just anywhere and whatever names of things we can, we'll shove a little alliteration in there, and so figured why not try it in a slogan. Yeah, so the massive passive RPG, because I mean it kind of, you know, it's a ridiculously big game. You do love it? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did come up with that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, it just kind of came to me, and I was like, oh, this is fun. You know, I was trying to figure out what type of game MouseHunt is really, and you know, it's like an idle RPG in a way. You know, like those exist for sure, and they're kind of different from what MouseHunt is. So I didn't want to say, oh, it's an idle RPG, because to people who play idle RPGs, they would play MouseHunt and be like, that's a lie. This is different and, you know, not what I was looking for. So I figured, you know, it's a different thing. It's a passive RPG, and it's also huge. So yeah, massive passive, it just works. But yeah, so you might see that on other things eventually if we decide to adopt it for things. I think it's fun. But yeah, so it's massive in that it can take 12 years to collect a set of garbage items in terms of stats anyways. They're not garbage because they're beautiful and made with love, but, you know, not something that you would spend 12 years grinding in a game to earn, you know. It's a different kind of game. And it literally takes years to be able to get to and enjoy the actual current content, which is quite a lot. That's something that I would love to be able to kind of like address eventually. You know, I want people to be able to like bring their friends in and have their friends be able to kind of like join in on, you know, the cool, fun content with them, you know, in a reasonable amount of time. Get them, you know, able to kind of like experience the early game challenge with a little more kind of clarity and feedback and stuff like that. Just kind of clean up that experience so that, you know, you can learn the ropes of the game, you can understand what is exciting about it to, you know, the people who are, you know, playing deep into the, you know, the late game, and, you know, what makes it awesome. And currently the beginning of the game is terrible for giving that experience. Like, you need to be persistent enough to get through it to actually be able to appreciate what the game becomes. So, you know, I'm trying to figure out how to make the early game stuff give a little more of that experience. Did some kind of like mock-up stuff with Franco for the town of Narnia, just kind of make that a little more fun and have a little more kind of like moment of what MouseHunt's about, because it's such a, like, you start the game, you do the tutorial in the meadow, and then you jump into the town. So if we can make the town kind of like give you that cool MouseHunt experience, then maybe that would help people to kind of like get it and understand what the game has to offer, at least a little bit better than it currently does. So yeah, all kinds of stuff to kind of like work on, but it's also, of course, like, well, as much as it needs it, can't just kind of like spend the time that it would require to fix all that. You know, gotta work on events and new areas for, you know, people who are actually playing the game, and then hopefully we can kind of get enough resources to fill in so we can actually like move some people onto building all that stuff where it needs to be. And that is, of course, the ever ongoing MouseHunt challenge. All right, starting to shape up here. So it doesn't quite have this kind of cute, soft roundness with the tiny horns and the like the big kind of cheeks. But this feels more kind of like sturdy ox, and I feel like that's kind of the theme that I think it should convey. And just kind of straighten that edge a bit more. I think it's still pretty cute though. I don't want it to go like too far on the like blocky, sturdy side that it loses its little kind of cuteness. I think it still has that with the kind of little dopey eyes. So I don't want to lose that. And I don't want it to like end up feeling too Minotaur either. So if it feels like it's approaching that, then maybe we should tweak it. So let me know if you're concerned about that at all. These areas might be a challenge because I do want to kind of cut them because these are kind of going off the edge, right? So it would make sense that if this was engraved, there would be kind of like a channel cut into it, and you'd see, you know, behind that. So if you have a trap with a background armed on top of this, it might get weird with that. But I might thin that so it won't be as noticeable. And another thing I could do is maybe just kind of have maybe like a shape cutting across that, but then again, I don't know, that might mess with it a bit. Also, if I look at the grid, I'm off. This face needs to slide over a little bit at least, because I did not worry too much about getting it perfectly centered. So that might actually help with the cheese on the face, being able to kind of widen it out a bit. You might be able to see the eye. On the other side of the cheese. Yeah, when I drew it, I wasn't like making it perfectly symmetrical, so that's okay. I don't think it needs to be perfectly symmetrical. It might actually kind of like look less interesting if it's too mirrored. A little bit of organic shapes can be nice. Yeah, just tough, chunky cuteness, exactly. That's an awesome suggestion, Roxanne, and ideally that would be a way to handle things. Sorry, the suggestion, in case people are watching this later, was could we add a background layer below the base for traps? And ultimately, yeah, like if we were to kind of like maybe do the next MouseHunt code update, like updating the system, which we can only ever do every several number of years with a massive resource investment, which is always a challenge to do. If we could do that, then yeah, that would be awesome to have that kind of control. It would require us to potentially have to go back to old traps and modify them to kind of like strip the background out of those. It's technically possible that we could do that, yeah, and it would help with these situations where we just fill in the full background, and then whatever base is on top of that doesn't matter. It can be the bamboozler base, and it'll look great. But yeah, all that said, it would require a system change to make that work. So although it is a possibility and would be the best method to make that perfect, it would require a lot of work. And we would have to obviously kind of adapt past traps. I guess technically we wouldn't have to. And then we would just, going forward, make sure any traps that use the background kind of technique would have that extra file uploaded with it. But yeah, it would be it would definitely have to we'd have to change the trap system to do that. Although, like maybe that is kind of one of the next upgrades for it, because I think that there's upgrades that we'll want to do. As I've mentioned many times, one of the things I want to kind of bring to the trap customization system is the ability to kind of like use trap skins for different traps, or even just kind of like decorate your favorite looking hydro over top of your current hydro trap, for example. So you don't have to only ever use kind of the trap skins that are available for that trap. But like to, let's say, use a trap skin on it, you would have to, have the trap for that trap skin. You couldn't just, get whatever trap skin, throw it on top of your kind of current trap and be like, look, I have the chrome trap, but you don't. So there'd be a lot of details to kind of like figure out for something like that. And I don't think that's anything we're going to be able to do right away if we even did that. But that's something I would like, personally. Because there's just so much cool trap art that no one gets to see and use, and it makes me sad, Yeah, to go back to the comment about having a layer behind the base, that would work. That would be fantastic. I don't think we're going to be doing that anytime soon, but maybe in the future. It's a great suggestion. I love it. All right. So this is looking good, getting cleaned up. I'm going to make this angle here a little bit more aggressive, I think, just so that you can tell that there's more of a plane change happening. I like how thick that line is, though. Right, then. So maybe I'll even have this kind of go back like that. Then this needs to go away there. All right, looking good. I just need to finish the circle, clean up the horn on the far side, and then we're good for the line work on this guy. Just get a little more space for that eye. It's getting a little crowded there. And I'm thinking, do we want a little bit of overlap for the face and the horn? Like that? Or do we want the horn to kind of be more prominent over top? I think the face coming out is better. Just a hint of it to kind of like give a little bit of dimension, showing what overlaps what. I'll even shorten the line flatten that ellipse out just a smidge more. All right. Pretty happy with that. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm actually really enjoying this design. It's big, bold, and clean, so I think it reads quite well, and it's also just very cute and fun. All right. So let's see. Yeah, it's true. The snout ring does make it more Minotaur. We could just get rid of that. Let's see. Yeah, most of the background traps are the more recent ones, it's true. We only started to do that with Rift stuff, right? But then, yeah, we've done it for a few non-Rift events and more epic traps, basically. Yeah, exactly. The trap family could be the better way to do the like limited skin thing. So if it belongs to that kind of family of traps, it would make sense to be able to kind of use any of the skins for it. That would be nice. But even then, like if it's the same power type and like there's some really like low power traps you'll never use, but they look cool. So it'd be nice to be able to like show those off if you want that kind of like personal customized looking thing, you know? It's just sad because there's so much art that we've created, put in lots of work, and it never gets to kind of like be out there to be seen. So that's just how I feel about it, though. Some kind of like ticket for a singular Ellie item that you've missed. Some kind of like time thing. That's an interesting idea of kind of like, I don't know if we would do something like that, but like being able to, you know, like buy any one limited edition thing. I feel like there'd be so many people that would be like, I'm never gonna spend this ticket. This ticket is Ellie, you know. That's what I would do. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I don't think Ellie should come back unless there is a solid reason for it. And in this case, I think that this is a solid reason for it. I agree. Yeah. Imagine waiting for decades just for that one epic base. Not a lot of games would do this to people, but apparently we do. I can't even think of another single game that like makes you have to do something for anything longer than a year. I know some games that have like a year requirement for certain things, but like beyond that, I can't think of a single example. And we have one that is 12 years. So, oof. And yeah, like a lot of people missed out on the first base. It's true. Yeah, 3D effect on the bell. It's going to be really neat when I put all the lighting in because the bell is like thin compared to the rest, right? And that's going to have the light interact differently because it's jade is kind of like this material that, you know, light can pass through, and that's why it's so fun to render. So that'll be pretty cool when we get to actually rendering it, which we should be soon. So I gotta start rendering if I'm gonna, you know, be able to finish this within a reasonable amount of time. All right, so I'm just gonna switch back to my smooth brush. I'm gonna try and finish off the line work here. Slow and steady. Thin that out just a bit because it was a little sloppy. There's not like perfectly sharp edges on the far side. I don't think I need to worry about getting everything with a kind of crisp laser cut edge or anything. This is all just going to be kind of rendered into the base itself anyways, but it doesn't hurt to clean it up a little bit for the way that I render this. And so this will come out like that probably. Goes down to, technically it's probably supposed to come out to here. 2 down, yeah. And then this is just like 1 thin, so it's actually fairly narrow here. It is also kind of tilted away from us, so the line is going to be thinner on the horizontal and it's wider on the vertical, because we're like looking down the channel of it, whereas we're looking perpendicular to it. It's going to kind of be harder to see down into it, right? So these lines will be a bit thinner. It looks okay. I think that that still reads. Need to definitely thin out the line up here, though. It's way too thick. So I'm going to over thin it. Too far. It's fine. And come back with my smoothing brush and just kind of fill it in. And awesome. All right. Just thicken this up a little bit. It got a little bit pixely and probably as thin as it's supposed to be, but I also, I don't know, liked it a bit thicker, I guess. I am going to thin this just a slight bit more. I'll use the smoothing. Oop, that's a bit much. Still not totally used to this different tablet. It's been a long time since I've used it. It was the one I used in the office, so I used it most of the week. But I haven't been in the office for a very long time, so got very used to the Huon, which is a bit more like working area, so I can kind of do bigger motions. Okay, but yeah, sometimes it just means I need to zoom in a little more and go over things a few times. So I don't always have the most confident lines. All right. I mean, technically this probably should be a bit thinner. All right, I don't need to worry about that. No need to Jacob all the details. As long as it reads, which it does. Feeling pretty confident with that. All right, cool. And yeah, like, again, that bell idea, wonderful. That works quite well. So thank you for that. All right, so we could start to render the etching right now. And then after we've kind of like gone through that, go in and just kind of block in the area around it. And that's totally valid. Might be more interesting for those watching to kind of like do more kind of lighting and texture rendering, and then go back and do more line work. Or should we do all the detail stuff now and then render it all at once at the end? It might be good to kind of figure out what we want the background to be, at least, just in case that changes how much or how I render everything else. Like if I make it very filled in and dark up there, maybe it would change how I light into the bottom section. Although it's all kind of the same material, like the horse and the dog one feel a little different and the monkey. So I guess they don't have to be exactly the same, but it is all kind of like this jade, so it should render out the same regardless. All right, let's see. Who brought up Cookie Clicker? Grandma's. All right. Let's see. I think we could do the hoof like here, right? Something like that. Because we do have the hooves in a lot of them, or the hands and paws and whatnot. So it's always a nice kind of thing to just put somewhere, I think. And then, you know, we'll need to kind of like figure out whatever is up there. We could do, I kind of like when it's just a pattern. You know, like we have this kind of fluffy wool here. We have this fire for the monkey because it was like fire monkey that year. The horse has those kind of, was it water? Or is that like, I don't know. Grandma Apocalypse. Love it. All right. Yeah, that event, Roxanne, is coming when we bring back parental power type. Figure when that is, eh? I hope that's not the technical name for the striker in a bell. Seems like a choice word. we could put it in there. Sure. It might help read as a bell if we have that in there as well, right? Does that work? Is it? Okay. Yeah, the darker kind of like jade was pretty neat, and I liked how saturated those inner edges could get because of that. I certainly pumped up the saturation on many of these. I think I might have overdone it on a few. The pig one's kind of interesting. It's pretty almost electric feeling with it. It's hard to get right when you can't do kind of like the environment that it's in. Like if I were to render stuff as if it was actually in this white void, I would actually change how I render everything. But I just kind of imagine it's in, you know, a regular kind of like outdoors environment sometimes, or kind of like overcast-ish. Not like crazy bright sunlight, otherwise that would also change things. But because there's usually white as the background, it won't always look exactly how it might need to. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, like, if I could do backgrounds on stuff more, I might, including the base design, like if I drew the base background trap all as one thing, and they only ever went together, I would potentially render it to a different degree with the lighting. But since we don't know where things are going to end up, then we have to make it more general. All right. Let's see. Ox hoof. Right. Okay, yeah, kind of thought it was just the very simple. Let's see. I mean, there's so many variants. One is the most Yes. Yeah, great question, Roxanne. I did. Yeah, when I rendered the Chrome Monster bot, I was imagining it inside of the desert, and that's why it has that coloring. Okay. So yeah, I think just kind of simple, wide. Nice and thick print. I'm gonna not have a sharp kind of edge on the toes. They'll be weathered even before he retired. Worn down toes. All right. Not implying this is the Minotaur, but I can see the relation. I actually want to move that up a bit. I think I'll make them a bit stumpier too. Pull those in. Just want it to be really like thick and heavy looking. The weight of 1,000 plows being dragged by this beast. All right. And actually, I should kind of just shift this a little bit to kind of like make it more in perspective with the side of the base. Yeah. All right. Nice and simple. Not sure if that reads as a hoof print, but a. Oh man, yeah, like doing a background for the area you're in would be actually such a cool way to handle traps. It would kind of be interesting what would happen with traps that we did create a background for. But like that'd be such a neat way to kind of show off where you're hunting other than just the header illustration. If there was like this background kind of like environment that it was in, that'd be pretty neat. But that would be a whole other kind of thing. And it would probably mess with the trap look a lot. Like we would have to kind of come up with like the background of the trap for each region probably, or I guess the location, and then do that before any of the traps themselves. But that could be neat because then, you know, we could render the traps in different kind of lighting settings. The only challenge with that is bases wouldn't kind of like have that ability to kind of be like, oh, this base, when you know used, is gonna. Well, then again, no, that won't be very useful. So like let's say the Bristlewoods Rift has this kind of like all the mice have this kind of underlighting and it's like, you know, dark and the clockwork background and stuff like it. I could imagine if you were in that location, the backdrop would probably be similar and it would look nice for that. And we would, let's say, make the traps look good in that kind of backdrop. The moment you move that trap somewhere else, suddenly the lighting is going to look really weird and different. Whereas when we create the background for the trap itself, we can at least take that with it. And then bases, they just don't get that. So, you know, all of them are kind of lit with light coming in from the top right effectively, and it's pretty bright. So if we had kind of like this cool dark brooding background and this trap with lighting underneath and shadow on top, and then you have this bright base below, it's just, it'd be so hard to make it work. But it'd be cool to have all that customizing kind of. So, you know, I'll keep that in the back of my mind, and maybe kind of like think about that when trying to kind of build up the pitch for, you know, the trap customizability based off of other traps you own. Kind of play with that at the same time, maybe, because it's a neat idea. But ultimately, I think it has a lot of things that would make it really challenging to integrate it with the current system at any rate. I need to thin this line out quite a bit. The horn is a bit thin up there. Yeah, that kind of stuff would look so cool if we had designed the system around that from the start, you know? That's the problem. Like, many things in this game, it is over 12 years old, so we would have to do some pretty intense work to kind of adapt it into something different. And now there's, you know, all this content inside of that system, so if we were to change it, we would have to account for all of that, and that is a lot. Even if it doesn't seem like there would be too many things that would actually be affected, I guarantee it would be no like insignificant amount of stuff that would need to be kind of altered to make work. I mean, even if it messed up the look of things, I think systems wise and, you know, structures and data and all that would have to go through the grinder. Honestly, it should probably be a bit thinner, even quite a bit, because that's very thin over there. Yeah. As much as I would love there to be backgrounds on like all traps, I honestly think that the way we're going about it is probably going to be the way to go, at least for now. Yeah, I think when we do more epic traps, I'm pretty happy for us to at least give it a little environment. And one of the things that we have agreed to do on the art side of things is to kind of like have less kind of cutouts in bases, so that we won't have that weirdness of kind of like, oh, there's just this weird white gap when there's this kind of, you know, night sky backdrop or whatever, right? So it shouldn't mess with it. And then when we want to change the lighting on the base, we can just kind of like use the trap with a slightly transparent color to kind of like take it down. It's not perfect, and it kind of like mutes details, but it's a thing that can be done to kind of give a little bit of lighting tuning. Yeah, it's something we'll think about, I think. I'll raise it with the team when it's the right time, but now it is not the time, sadly, to kind of like do all that cool stuff. But maybe one day. All right, so I want to make this horn kind of come up a little bit higher. All right, and then we're pretty much done with all the line work that we have. So how do we want to handle the sides and the top? So we got a print. That's nice. We could just start, I don't know, putting like big chunky blocks. around, you know, something like this, and just kind of make some kind of neat looking pattern just to kind of feel heavy and just fill up the space. And then maybe like darken it all a little, kind of like what we did with the monkey, where it's just kind of certain areas are just a slightly darker jade. Could do it that way. Or maybe some of these kind of shapes are darker and others are regular. Is that a maze? It could be. Just to dig into the Minotaur theme even more, huh? I'm not even trying to do this stuff. Welcome to the labyrinth, friend. I just made this last week. What do you think? I needed to hide my savings. Honestly, wasn't even thinking when I started drawing this. But yeah. Welcome to the labby. All right. Decided, Mom and Dad, I'm gonna move to Zocor. All right. What do we think? Do we wanna just go for it and make big clunky shapes? Welcome to the Matrix. Oh, yeah, that's not a... I can see how this might look like a smile, like a mouth. Maybe if I just a line there, that might help. Maybe even... Oops. I don't want to kind of get too much detail, because it can kind of like get distracting, right? But like the jaw is down here, and then this is kind of like the neck, right? It's a collar around, so it's like this. I just had it kind of taper off because I felt like that looks nicer. I mean, we could literally just be like, yeah, there's a little bit of Zocor lore here. Why not? Unintentional. Also, this grid that I made for myself is just going to be perfect for doing this, so, I mean, shouldn't I? Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? I say let's go for it. Let's just labby it up. It's going to be like, oh, cool, what special effect does this base give for the labyrinth? Do we need more bases that can do cool stuff? Thankfully, the Jade bases do not do that. They're just something to put on the shelf. This piece of artwork. I'm not crazy, right? Like, none of the Jade bases have ever had any special effects, right? Pretty sure that they have not. The ox depicted as the Minotaur's seventh cousin and 5 times removed. Yeah, double chin on this boy. Yay for grid lines. What a great idea. Don't like that ending there. I don't want to make too many little shapes, to be honest. I think I should focus on having some like really big blocks, you know? Big honkin' bricks. Heavy and sturdy. Ah, you're so punny. I don't know why, but I enjoy the Jade base series a lot. I think it's just very kind of interesting to try and kind of like use the same kind of rules in a way. You know, I'm like trying to achieve the same things, although I kind of messed it up on the horse, I guess. But like they're all very different, right? But also just kind of rendering a single material that's like a pretty interesting material is always just so satisfying for me. We haven't even gotten to that part yet. But soon, we're almost there actually. I am going to darken all the kind of blocky area so that the bull or the ox and the character do stand out nicely. And that'll be quite nice. I could use like some clipping mask stuff to keep my edges clean, but I think this could do that instead, and then even have just kind of like a single piece missing. What happened? I don't know if that's going to look weird, but I'll go with it for now. All right, nice big heavy one up here. It's good to have a bunch of little ones around it to make the big heavy ones even more kind of large and in charge by comparison. In which case, I think I'll actually kind of eliminate some of the medium-sized ones and turn those into bigger shapes and smaller ones. Like this one here, I think I'll actually get rid of that, so it's even bigger at the top, and then do this instead, where it's like a couple of small ones right here. Have that kind of connect or split, I think. Sorry, it's easy for me to see it all in context, but I'm always zoomed in, so you guys don't get to see that. Yeah, I want really, really big blocks. So I'm actually gonna do this. know what? Keep that. I like that weird little gap for whatever reason. Just keep that. And just one tiny one there to kind of help give more kind of context to the blockier, bigger ones there. I think that'll work. It's less like totally labyrinth maze, you know, like more just kind of weird shapes. It's less kind of big puzzle. What is this? Oh, right. Smooth eraser, that's why. All right. Trying to kind of erase like little tiny things when you have a smooth tool is very difficult because you can't just kind of zip back and forth over top of it. All right, so that feels a little bit more imposing. I mean, all this is going to get covered by a trap, so whatever. Don't need to go too crazy with it. And we'll have this go up here, and we're pretty much where we need to be. I should make sure I'm not falling behind on the chat. I say without looking at the chat at all. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to maybe like that. Sure. All right. Just wanted to get a little more variety there. So yeah, I'm gonna like throw a little bit of kind of darker tone over this whole area, so they'll kind of knock it out and back from the rest of it. I guess there would even be some kind of geometry over here. I don't want it to get in the way of the hooves. So I'll have that kind of move over there. Maybe just like that. Awesome. All right. And curve that out there. A little too far. And look at the chat. There we go. All right. I'm using a Cintiq right now. When I first started digitally painting, I had a tablet for many, many years. And then once I kind of was in the industry and kind of working professionally where I could make enough money off of it, then I used what I did make to purchase my first Cintiq, which was just kind of the little 12-inch one that I used for a very long time until it basically died. And then we got replacements at work, which is what this is. And it's basically the same size, and actually I dislike it more than the old version because of the touch controls. The drivers mess up a lot, and I constantly have to like restart the drivers for it. The version of this, like the light, like the colors on the old one that I had were terrible. it was very bad. It was very dark. The purples were really messed up, so it was very hard to work with. I had to actually always look at my main monitor to check my colors. So these are way better for that. But then there is kind of like this good size. It's nice, not too huge. Could be bigger, but it's a good small size. But don't get the touch control one. Get just the regular one if you're going to go that route. But I have a much bigger one, which I normally use for my streams, which is a Huon, and it's a quarter of the price, and it's just as good, really, in my opinion. All right. Let's see. Paste that there. Okay, so how are we feeling about all this? I'm gonna probably, let's see. Okay, next step, I'm gonna throw a backdrop color behind all these. I don't like that there. It's not quite working. All right. So let's do another layer, and this is just gonna go over top of everything. All right, so you know what? I should actually, my goodness, look at how many like copies you've created of various sketches, and here we go, all the way down here. Okay, so don't need to do that. This one, this one, and this one. This is the current, that's the sketch up there. I'm just trying to kind of clean up what's going on. Old bases, I'll keep those around as reference. Grid and frame, keep the grid for now. Actually, no, I don't need it now. Hide that. I can see it better now since I'm going to be rendering pretty soon. And the old sketch, we can go away now. Awesome. All right, doing good. So, where we're at now, I'm actually going to move the old bases closer now so I can see them as I'm zoomed in. And let's move these around a little bit. Let's see. I got the rooster one. All right. So many bases. This will actually be an okay kind of like image post with the other ones floating around it potentially. All right, so there's a billion layers in this file. So I think I can actually smush all the line work down now. Actually, I've decided that I don't like this little gap here. Sorry, little gap. It wasn't you, it was me. There we go. Cool, okay. So, we have the character there, we have the bowl, we have a layer that doesn't have anything on it, that's going to be what I use to kind of darken it all. Then we have the backdrop, so I'm actually just gonna flatten all that And boom, it's all one now. And now what we can do is we can clip. What the just happened? Okay. So now these layers are linked to the base, and I can just kind of paint away and not have it kind of go outside of the base itself. Although there is this shadow, which is kind of interesting. So, what is this? What are you? What's that? Ah, an artifact. What base is creating you? Interesting. This one. Well, how rude. Goodbye. That was weird. There's still a little bit of it here. There we go. Okay. Annihilated. The rooster base. Alright. So, let's try that again. I'll still clip these together, but I'm actually just going to make a selection so I don't fill in the shadow that does exist. That was kind of weird. Alright, so I'm just going to fill it in absolutely everywhere. And it's going to look pretty weird because it's so dark, right? But now, deselect any weird edges. Yeah, it's okay. But now I'm going to drop this down. And we'll probably give it a layer type. So like, that's just kind of like more saturated as an overlay. We're just kind of like, in general, just dropping the luminosity is okay. Normal layer is decent. Color burn might be good. Wearing an oversized Elvis wig. Okay, so we don't need it to go incredibly dark, just dark enough that like it's slightly noticeable. So I'm gonna say, let's say 25% is fairly significant. So now, if I go into this and just erase where I don't want this effect, then our character and character should pop out nicely. You see that there's a little bit of smudginess in the sketch. I should have probably just done a line work layer over top of the sketch instead of just kind of transforming the sketch itself into line work. But hey, I don't always work the most efficient. It would be surprising if I ever did, to be honest. I never take the most efficient path, that's for sure. Alright, so here we go. Boom. Yeah, I feel like that kind of like is pretty nice. Now that they're kind of cut out from each other, let's try different layers just to see if anything does actually feel better. Yeah, I like that kind of far edge, kind of getting a little bit more a little darker over there is nice. Luminosity also does that. But yeah, hard light, darker color, linear burn. I mean, a lot of them kind of give that just a little bit more. Yeah, okay, let's go with hard light. I mean, they're all so similar, it doesn't really make much of a difference. And when I go to render all this, I'm going to be tweaking it all anyways. That's just how it goes. It's quite a bit darker, but I actually like that. It's punchier. Cool. Yeah. All right. I like this. It's pretty strong. Just like the Ox. Okay, cool. So let's actually do some line rendering, which I think is going to be fun. So the cool thing about this is the way that I set up the line work is I can just lock the transparencies on this. And now I figure out, okay, where is the light coming from? Obviously the top right. See how it's reflecting a light source effectively. So I'm actually going to go on a layer underneath the line work first and hit these kind of edges on the right with this kind of highlight. Probably want to not overdo it. This is to kind of create an embossed quality. So any surfaces that are pointing to the right, I'll just kind of tap the edge with a little bit of this light source. And we'll do the same for the backdrop, but I'll do that after. Or not the backdrop, but like the darker area behind the bowl. A little more light on that. Okay. And I need to get rid of that there, and that right there, because now this is being done using the light that it's catching on that edge. And it's all very intense. I'm going to knock it back a bit. We don't want to go crazy with it. As well, this edge also probably doesn't need a dark line there. It would get a little bit of light as well. I'll do it on this layer. Keep it consistent. Okay. So that's okay for now. All right, now we're on the line work layer, and anywhere there's the light kind of hitting the top and it's kind of thinner on that edge, hard to kind of put into words properly, but basically this kind of angle right here is going to get this light kind of scattering through and kind of like coming through the material and getting very saturated and kind of create a bit of a, it'll light up the shadows that would exist there, right? But I don't want to make it brighter than the light side there, so I'll make sure that the luminosity is low enough. It's just the saturation is going to raise up quite a bit. So this is the color I want here. I've gone overboard in the past, like, look at how kind of like electric that color is. Like this is pretty saturated. I don't think I want to go that far. Feels almost artificial. Yeah, basically we're looking for areas where the shaded parts of the cutout jade would kind of like have the light kind of passing through the material. So right at the edges. And like, as I said, the bell itself is going to be kind of thinner, right? So there's going to be more light able to kind of pass into it. So I'll probably have to come back and handle that a little bit later on once I've kind of like figured out all the other areas. Because I'm not quite sure how I want to render that, but should be interesting. And there will be kind of like some really dark kind of areas. So what we'll look for is if we're imagining each of these kind of cuts as like canyons, like the Grand Canyon, you're looking at this as if it's kind of like, you know, a split landmass. If we can kind of like see down to the floor of the canyon, so like right here, right? If you imagine these are canyon walls, you can actually like peer way down there because of the angle of it. You know, it's turning, and we're able to look down into that gap. Same with here. So those areas are going to kind of, you know, get very dark because very little light is kind of bouncing down into that angle. Maybe just a hint of it, like right here. There's a big gap here, so it could get pretty dark down in there. Right at this edge, down in here. Right along that edge there too. Very big open chasm there, if you will. Very little of it when it's horizontal because, you know, the angle we're looking at it from, we're seeing kind of like just the edge of that cliff and the front side or the facing side of the cliff. But like when it turns and we're going along with it, we can see all the way down in there, right? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about where to kind of like deepen these shadows, where the walls of it fall away, if you will. Is there a cat in the kitchen?
No.
Okay. We'll kind of come back with the angles that would be kind of catching the light. I think that'll be kind of like a good next pass on this render because that'll help determine where my midtones will land, I think. This one's perfect angle to kind of like see way down in there. Someone's not pulling over it there. Get out of the way. People in Toronto are very bad at getting out of the way of emergency vehicles. Alright, so there's some depth going on in there. I hope that's kind of working. Probably a bit deeper in there. Alright, cool. So, sorry, I haven't been watching the chat as much, getting into the render phase, right? Oh, it's not a lot of stuff happening in the chat. Hopefully it hasn't frozen. Yeah, like, it would look pretty cool to have, like, gold accents on stuff, but because the other ones haven't done that, and we aren't kind of, like, we haven't made a decision to be like, oh, we're gonna, like, move into golden jade base next. And if we did, maybe I would want it to be a full set of 12 when we do that, you know? Just gotta play the game for 24 years to get both sets. But yeah, personally, I kind of think just, like, bringing back the previous bases is the most kind of fair way to handle this very unique thing we've done in this game, you know? But not for me to decide. So I'm just cleaning up a couple grungy bits. Hi, Charlie. How's it going? Charlie's decided to perch on my lap. Okay. So now let's do the light pass on the line work. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. Instead of having the line work locked to the base, right? I'm gonna unlink that because it's already kind of, I drew it in a way where it didn't overlap, so it's fine. Don't need to worry about that. But now I can create a layer and link that layer to it, which will make kind of adding a light side easier. So everything kind of facing towards this light source, I'm going to punch it up a bit. And treat it as if it's getting some direct light. But because of that kind of cliff on the far side, usually it's going to fall off and probably get a little bit saturated in those shadows, but not as saturated, I would say, as kind of the far side that has the light scattering directly through it. Because it's getting more direct light, I want it to be more kind of like mixed light that's kind of bouncing for the first time and a little more overblown than the scattering light coming through. And because I have this on its own layer, I can kind of like smear it around and kind of like mess with it without having to kind of worry about it kind of just ruining the whole line work layer. Okay, so maybe there'd be a little bit more light able to kind of squeeze by there. So I don't want to get into this area yet, because this is backdrop, so I'm going to handle the light differently there. But this part here, able to get that. On the inside of the eye there, same here. So I don't know if it's obvious how I'm doing this or what I'm doing exactly, but I'm just trying to basically find any of the planes that are facing a specific direction and treat it as if it's getting some direct light there. And hopefully it'll kind of produce some 3D kind of feeling, you know, like there's actually this curved surface, right? Not a lot of people will have a completed set, right? Like many people have missed, you know, the early ones. There are definitely people who have gotten the very first base, and almost every single one of them maybe missed a year. I don't want it to be a bad experience, because if you don't happen to have one of the pieces, I don't want you to have to wait 12 years to complete it. Well, I mean, technically that's what does happen potentially, but I don't want you to, like, you know, I don't want it to feel like it's the worst thing that you didn't get the perfect set, right? So I don't want to make it an incredible bonus for having done it. I just think that would be bad. Just for collectors' sake, really. There. Do that one. I just don't think it needs any extra value other than just kind of, you did it. Because if it has any gameplay implications, it just makes it more required, and then it's such a daunting thing to actually do that it's just not fair. I would never expect anyone to actually get this full set, but good on you if you do. Alright, so I'm going to bring in a little bit more light now that I know kind of some areas that could use that crisp edge. Actually remove some of it there. Cool. All right. There is a slight gap right here. There we go. I just figure since the other side doesn't have a thin kind of sliver of jade sticking out, I'll just do the same here. In which case it would get a bit deeper and darker down at the bottom here, because there's less light reaching that area. All right, so now I think we can handle this kind of like darker jade exterior. Yeah, gilded jade journal theme would be pretty cool. That is a good point. Oh, that'd be incredibly cool to have as collector's stuff, but like at the same time I don't want to make it any more like crazy a requirement to get something incredible, but like having this golden gilded jade thing sounds super rad. So part of me is like, no, that's not a good idea. Another part of me is like, I love it, let's do it. Alright, So I'm going to do a layer in between the highlight and the kind of darkening of that jade back there. And so this will be for handling this jade over here. So what I'm thinking is, so its kind of value is dropped, but I do want to kind of get a little bit sharper of an edge here. It looks kind of rounded even. I don't think that is the read that I want it to have. And it will also, it's going to be kind of like a polished stone, so it's going to be shiny like the kind of ox part, so it'll catch these highlights pretty easily. I don't know if I want it to reflect quite as intensely though. Probably tone that down or sharpen it even more. But I'll decide that after I kind of like tweak this surface, I think. So I think all I want to do is just kind of sharpen this edge, just because I don't like how kind of soft that comes across. I want it to be kind of like clean cut, you know. And that means that I think I'll lighten up along here. But it's not like bright and like vibrant. It's like muddier and kind of like, you know, more like just an overcast light that's kind of boosting up that edge. And I might just kind of darken this a little bit. Go a little more saturated, perhaps. No, actually, let's go less saturated. Let's see what that's like. Right. So it's like the light that's passing through it, it's not as rich and bright a color, so the light that does manage to pass through, there's less of that kind of scattering happening. So I like that. I think that's working. And the horn, I do believe I need to kind of like tweak that just a little bit. Similar thing that's happening. It feels a little too rounded there. So I'm just going to punch up this edge. Bring in a little bit more of a white light kind of bouncing off that. And then with it being kind of that bright, it makes sense there's this nice kind of rich green glow coming off of it. That's fine. Probably doesn't need to be quite that bright everywhere. And if it's glowing this much here, it's probably actually going to get quite bright on the inside of these cuts, so I might tone this back slightly. But that said, I think I like how that is, so I might just lighten up the lines a bit there. Alright. Yeah, basically I just wanted to have that kind of sharper edge right there. Let me just soften that transition real quick. Yeah. All right. Happier with that now. Although, same thing right here. The shape is just kind of not clean cut enough. Like it's a hard-edged stone, right? So I want there to be these crisp, sharp cuts, right? It doesn't quite give me that feeling yet, so especially for the ox. They should all have that kind of quality to it, where it's just this clean cut stone, but The ox, I feel like more so. This is a very muted kind of light. So I think I'm actually going to darken this down here, but then the light that is going to pass through. This is a nice thick piece of jade right there, right? The light that is going to pass through is going to be more kind of saturated, but not bright. And I'm just trying to think of like, how thick is the material in different parts? The thicker it is, the harder time light will have kind of scattering through it, right? So we want that fall off to be close to those edges, and see how much kind of like richer that feels now in terms of the kind of like vibrant kind of light coming through the other side. I like that better. And we can bring back some of that texture because I like that kind of streaky stone, kind of almost like crystal, just, I don't know, the way that it can kind of like have those almost like fiber running through it. I don't know, words. Let's see. Yeah, what other game has this level of dedicated epicness? I mean, as long as we made it where you can get the whole set, maybe we could do something special. It certainly would be nice to kind of like reward that level of dedication in an interesting way. I just don't want it to feel too required, you know? It just wouldn't want that to be a thing that makes people feel bad. That's all. That's the main thing about it to me. All right. So for the side here, we have this like top side is nicely kind of overcast. It's getting some light on it. They're clearly different local colors. And then the side, it's kind of like, well, I guess, okay, so the top has more direct light. So the colors are less saturated because we have kind of like, see how bright and kind of almost blown out the texture is. Over here in the kind of darker area, I can kind of like bring in this kind of gray to be the light hitting that, and that works. So I might kind of bring that a little bit more up in there, and then having the side and the shadow just kind of a little bit richer and darker is kind of nice. I guess all I'm saying is I'll just keep going with what I got because it's working for me, I guess. Good. All right. So I'm gonna treat this the same as this side over here. And it darkens it quite a bit, so that makes me think maybe I want to darken the other jade even more, right? Because if the top is, you know, this different, I want the sides to feel that different. Okay, so then we'll use our handy smudge tool to kind of blend that. And then it's a bit kind of, you know, where the cuts are, right? So it's going to be a bit thin right in this corner, right? Because you have this edge, and you know, that corner is getting the light there. I think right along the edge, I'll let it get quite a bit brighter, in fact. As long as it's not significantly, like if it's still different enough from the top, then it's fine, I think. But yeah, it might look nice if there's just a little bit more punchiness to the color. Right. Cool. Okay, so that'll all be line work there. Great. Okay. You'll get a little bit of that streakiness in there. Just a bit of texture added back in. Just imagine maybe there's like areas where the light is kind of like being kind of bounced and focused into different spots, and so it's going to kind of come through different intensities or whatnot, imperfections in the stone. Use the smudge tool. Cool. All right. I like that. All right. So now I think I can bring this kind of light gray. I think I'll take this light gray and just kind of throw it onto a couple of the other edges. So like up here. So instead of getting this white highlight, I'll have kind of like more of that gray maybe. I still want to get that kind of edge that's catching the light. Reflection, refraction. Jade geology at its best. Or finest. What did you say? I didn't actually pay that much attention, but I liked it. Considering how much I like to render crystals and stone and like that kind of stuff in MouseHunt, I should probably like learn more about those materials because I render a lot of it. I feel like I could probably do even cooler stuff if I learned more. You know? Just get a little bit of kind of streakiness in that as well. I want it to feel organic. You know, I don't want it to feel like a machined piece of stone somehow, like it got printed out as a, you know, plastic that looks jade-like. I want it to kind of be a beautiful piece of jade that was cut. All right, and then, so yeah, I like how crisp that edge is. That's so much nicer. And I think I'll bring a little bit of that richness into that edge anyways. That corner, because of this cut, this angle, it's actually going to be quite thin right there, right? Because of that angle, it's definitely thinner on that edge. Right, up here, this whole thing's pretty thin. Just a touch of color on that edge. You get, I'm kind of pretending the light's less intense back here. There's not really a reason that it needs to be, but why not? All right. I think that should kind of cover most of that layer that I'm working on. I think I need to go back to the line work now. So this one, and we have our highlights on the line work, and then the line work itself, we've kind of like added in some of the saturated glow, but I'm thinking I'll just do that as another layer below the highlight, just so that if I need to tweak it, it's easier. Find a good reference on tectostolites. Yeah, cut by the master, not the factory. All right, let's see. That's a cool sounding word. Not that I probably mispronounced, but silicates, tectosilicates. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I need to learn about. Definitely. Yeah, because the way light works, you know, it's because of the structure of the like actual material down to the, you know, microscopic. So understanding that can actually help me render. Not for everybody, definitely not for everybody, but I'm fascinated by that kind of stuff. So I will actually do some reading up on that. Thank you. I've not heard of that word, but I probably find it fascinating. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of like get a little bit more color into the lines, where I think it could just kind of have a little bit more of that richness kind of scattering through it. And again, I'm not like crazy saturated or crazy bright, because I know I've gone overboard in the past. There might be a few areas where it's like very thin that I might try kind of like almost having it be a colored glass. Like this edge right here gets a little thin there even, so having that very edge catch that color nice and rich is kind of nice. You don't even need to see the highlight on the far side where the light's hitting it. It's kind of like not a lot of cuts from that angle and that thin, right? So you can see that having a little more light pass through. The inside of the eye here, get a little bit. I don't even know if any of this is going to be all that visible. Okay, so coming up on 4 o'clock, but I think we're in a good spot on this. You know, I feel like we've kind of like gotten a design that I'm pretty stoked about. I like this. I think it's quite interesting and fun. And now it's just kind of like rendering until we're done rendering, which actually it's not actually going to be that much more work. It's at the state where it's good. I could even upload it and be relatively happy with it, but there's so many little kind of like, oh, I can just push the color here and there and just kind of like add a little bit more, you know, texture, and so basically I'm just going to do that until I run out of stuff to work on, or until it gets too late and I want to, you know, end the stream, because sometimes I can go a little long and it's a bit exhausting. So I'm going to get a little more saturated on these corners, because it's like that corner itself, it's getting like light right there, and it's kind of thin because of all the material cut away at each of the angles. So I don't want it to go like too bright, but I do want to make it even more saturated, I think. Just right in those corners where it's the thinnest. And then the highlight here, I should probably make sure that's nice and sharp and brighter. Yeah, see, this is where I'm messing up. I'm making kind of this glowing, kind of like scattered area brighter than the area that's actually catching the light. It's supposed to be scattering it through. It should definitely be darker on the scattered side. So that is a problem. Either I could brighten up this face, but I basically have all the rest of this as a reference point for how bright it can and should be. So if it goes this bright, what does this look like? So that's pretty bright. That's enough. I can do that. And that's a good angle to catch that light too. It's kind of like tilted just a little to the right. I'm gonna let it fall off gently though. Yeah, all right. This part right here, it's so thin it'll probably almost glow if it's getting some good light right there, which I think it will. All right. Same with that. That's going to have some good scattered light inside there. I just want to kind of like make sure that these cuts feel a little sharper in some spots, where I think the light might kind of be a bit more punchy. So right here, don't want it to go down that far probably, but I do want that sharp edge. So we'll help it all read, I think. Kind of losing a bit of the read back here, so I might actually get rid of the, or at least knock back the highlight a little, or just make sure it's very sharp, which might actually work better, and right along that edge. Yeah. I think that works better. Nice. All right, cool. These highlights are just a bit thick. I don't need to make them that chunky and big. Well, maybe that whole spot just lights up a bit more than the rest. Why not? Yeah, all right. Tecto is in tectonic, below the ground. Silicates, crystalline, yeah. Tectosilicates. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the good stuff. Nice. Well, thank you very much for that information, though. That's actually going to be very useful for me. I appreciate it. always like to know more about that. The right ear, yeah, I think it does need a little bit of, just kind of pop that out a bit. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. I'm like, why am I not catching this light? There we go. Yeah. That did need that. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because certain angles, the side of the base, not that I was dealing with it up here, but the side of the base is handled through kind of like the layer back here, and then the line work is different, and some of these kind of like swap in a weird way. Hard to explain. I'm not sure if it makes any sense, but kind of have to jump layers in odd ways at times. Alright, so I haven't really managed any of the line work out here. I think there's actually a little bit of cleanup that might need to happen on some of it. And boy, I really want to cut into the silhouette of this, but I don't think I should. It would look nicer if I did. Although, you know what? Here's the thing. People don't use these bases, not really, and if you do, you probably don't pair it with a super trap that has, you know, crazy background, right? So I'd say it's probably pretty safe to cut out the silhouette. It's not like the other ones don't already have that going, so, you know, might as well let it be as cool as its sibling bases and render it how I think it would look best. So let's do that. Any of the artists on my team are watching right now, try not to do what I'm about to do with future traps. Because of all the backgrounds we get to do on traps now. Kind of makes it a challenge for us. So. Alright, so how to handle this best. We could, because we're no longer clipping the layer to the base, I can't just erase the base, although there's already this kind of like slight glow, so that would kind of be difficult to work around anyways, but and I'm not just going to paint white in case we ever do actually create a backdrop that we can throw these on top of. So what I could do is put this all in a group and then create a clipping mask for the group. And this is how we can cut into it. Now the glow is still going to be a challenge at the bottom of the base, but we can put that as a layer behind. Just match that angle with the cut there. Okay, get that back in. So the glow down here, we'll put that outside of the group, below it, and that should work. Yeah, just cutting this out is going to like bring so much more, see how much more dimension this has suddenly. Just can't deny how much that adds to the feeling of this being kind of this hard, sharp stone, right? Especially since I can do just kind of like such jagged edges with it. And it's also non-destructive, so if I did need to change it and remove that, I can just literally hide the clipping mask and boom, it goes back to normal. Because it's not actually erasing, it's just kind of masking that out. Also, this is a very thin piece right here. And this is a problem right here, because a lot of traps have stuff kind of sitting right on this edge, or rather behind this edge, right? So you have like a monstrobot foot or something like back here, and it's drawn to look like it's going behind the base. But when you have these cutouts, suddenly there's just this weird white kind of triangle there. So I'm really fully kind of doing this with the intention of not actually going to be used by too many hunters. People with their monster bots, this might be used maybe, but I think most of the traps that people would use these bases with are probably going to be okay. And there's plenty of bases that they'll run into that mess it up anyways. Yeah, it is what it is, right? And we don't have any of it on the front, even though this is probably the safest area right here. All right, so here's the challenge. How do we kind of cut this out? Okay, so this angle, you need to actually think about it. Okay, so this angle is actually going like this, right? So it'd be like that. And then we just need to paint a little bit of that kind of soft glow behind there. But this one's cutting in at this angle. I almost wonder if I should just get rid of the glow right now and then just do a new glow. It's fine. Let's see. Fourth line crossing from the top near side has an alignment issue. That could be interpreted multiple ways. Okay. Is it on the top side? We kind of almost have a artifact happening here. Can clean that up. Just kind of not clean edges here. Rounded. Not totally sure what you're getting at with that, but let's see. Fourth from the left. So like on the side, like this. I mean, that's not fourth. I like. Is it? What side are we? I don't know. There's all the angles are kind of a bit not specific and unified. This is purposely at an angle because of the bull or the ox, but it should be something that I should just be able to spot. Is the thing, I would imagine. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? Might be this one. It is a little bit sloppy. And if I do want to kind of create that sharp edge, I do need to make sure those are crisp. By the horn tip. Yeah. All right. Apparently I got it. Oop. Okay. So there's still some angles that I need to create now. So this is the layer I probably want to do that in. So now I want to kind of create these upward facing angles on the inside here. Actually, I'm just going to sharpen this edge right here real quick. This layer, thank you. Just want really crisp cut edges. Don't need to obsess over them, but pretty quick to just make sure that they're nice and sharp. So I'll do that real quick. This can just go straight up. Cool. All right. Snap. Getting hungry. Gonna have to wrap up soon. Thanks to working from home, I actually start dinner much sooner than I used to. All right. Yeah, that's good enough. I don't need to obsess over perfection. So, funny hearing that from me, huh? Okay, so what I want to do is, there's just ambient light in this kind of space, right? So surfaces facing towards the sky are going to get a little bit more kind of like light in general than kind of maybe the ones facing directly to the side. So just on these edges, I'm going to get a little bit of this kind of sky lighting here. And I don't think it needs to be quite as bright. And obviously, you know, it kind of like gets covered over by all the geometry around it. So this is not the smudge brush. This is the one. So I'll have that fall off. You know, it's an ambient light, so it's going to be very soft shadow. You know, it's light coming from everywhere, basically. And everything's kind of bouncing it and scattering it. So I'm going to pull that back even more. Maybe not that much. I like it being enough that we get a bit of a sharp edge from it, right? So that's pretty good. Cool. Yeah, I think that's good. So I'm just going to grab this color now. Maybe I'll lighten it up just a bit. All right, and then I'm going to try and hit any of the upward facing surfaces real quick. And then I'll kind of erase into those with my super soft eraser. Just have that kind of fall off pretty quickly, right? This one, there's a bit more of a gap. So I might get a little bit more light. Same with this one. But still have kind of like some sharp edges in areas, right? But since it's kind of playing in the shadows, we don't need to get too kind of too like strong a read. Things can kind of be a little bit more obscured. There's less light for our eyes to catch and kind of be able to see what's going on. I don't know how deep these hoof marks are, but maybe we'll kind of come in and kind of create this face deeper in there. But we can come back to that. Can leave it as is for now, should be fine. All right. Bring in our super soft brush for eraser. Just kind of fade it out. I think I'll have just that edge catch that light though, because I do want that to read. A lot of fall off in here. It's kind of a weird angle. Cool. All right, on to this one. It's a decent gap, so we'll maybe have a little bit more light reaching further back in there, especially in this corner maybe. But again, it falls off softly because it's all very kind of scattered lights. None of it's direct. It's coming from all the angles of the sky. All right, and then use a hard edge eraser right there. Keep my shapes nice and sharp. And continue. I'll just hit a couple of the surfaces at once, I think. Okay, any other upward facing inside cuts? That's fine. I'll get just a little bit of a harder edge right there. Yeah. All right. So now soft eraser. Good enough. I don't want to go any longer on that part. It's pretty invisible for the most part. Subtle stuff. It makes a little bit of a difference, but not much. So I don't want to, spend the last of the time we have, straining over that. Just get a little bit of this kind of brighter edge, just so that it reads, because it kind of gets a little bit blurred. So I figure why not just kind of, it's all very polished stone, so it's going to be nice and shiny. It's going to catch whatever light it can on that kind of like transition of faces and kind of compress it all down into that. So we can justify catching, some bright edges, even if it's not realistic. It makes for slightly stronger read, which can be important. So I will justify it. If it makes it look nicer, let's say it's good. Piece is just so thin that I think we make it like a nice little extra kind of light scattering in there. Awesome. All right, I'm happy with that. Where else do we need to tackle before I run out of time? Sorry, I've been ignoring the chat. I got caught rendering. Let's see. Okay, I did get that. Yep. Yeah, I think that the hoof does need that kind of the same quality as the rest of it. It's like weirdly rendered compared to the rest, so I'll deal with that in a second. And yeah, like it's so open, it's gonna catch that light better than pretty much all the other kind of deep cut areas. So I'll fix that. And yeah, the gaps are glowing because of the way that I cut it out. All right. And we don't really do like cast shadow onto the floor. We just never really started with it, so it's rare. We kind of do it sometimes, but not all the time. Pretty rarely, I'd say. So it's not something I can really add to the base, because then it's like, oh, the base has a cast shadow, but the trap doesn't. Weird. Usually when it does get added, it's from the trap, and the base is always the same dimension, so it's easy to just throw that shadow if we want it. So we kind of use that more for the like mood of the trap if we want to have that. All right, cool. So I think that's looking good. It's a little plain on the front, but I actually don't know if I mind. It might be okay. It kind of makes the bell pop out, right? Is that good? Is that bad? It's very bright here. I feel like maybe it would want kind of more of that over here. Then again, it's kind of like, well, should the whole thing be bright? Why would it make sense that only these two areas would kind of catch the light in that way? It just isn't the most logical, but it's where it's at. I do catch the front of this with more light, like this. It means I could really make the inside of the bell glow quite a bit more compared to everything else. That is using line work, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's just so thin, right? Yeah, I don't really want to kind of like overdo the scattering, but for the bell, why not? Make it pop. And this would be kind of the top inside here. This line work. So I would actually probably have this kind of lighting on the inside of it, right? But now this inside edge is casting a shadow. So it's actually going to fall into the shadow. And because it's direct light, it's actually going to have kind of a harder edge to it, and it's getting quite a bit deeper. Now, here's the thing that's going to make this a little bit harder to render, is parts of this are line work and parts aren't. So I might need to merge those layers in a moment just to be able to render that more easily. So I want that to get quite dark, because it's deep set in there. And then the striker itself will need to kind of get a little bit rendered on it. The clapper, is it? Yeah, it's inconsistent what part is line work, what part is just kind of base Jade. So at this point, I think I'm actually comfortable just merging Really don't need to preserve any of these layers. I don't think so. Okay, so this is a hard light, so that will need to merge down. Okay, so I'll just flatten it all. Boom, easy. Now I can actually kind of smooth some stuff. We'll cast shadow in here too. A little bit of the glow down in here. This is catching the actual sky and light source, so it's going to get nicely lit right there on that edge. Yeah, I think the upper edges are fine to hit with that kind of bright highlight, but these kind of right facing ones don't quite need to go this bright everywhere. And it gives it a sharper edge, which is kind of nice. That said, with it kind of like having this kind of nice sharp highlight, I think getting just a little bit more color could be nice. And generally the scatter or the subsurface is really only going to kind of like come through in the shadows of it, because the actual direct light is just so strong that you can't even notice it. So part of this brightness here could even be like the bounce light that would be coming from this light hitting this edge and bouncing into it. But yeah, so all kinds of things we could, you know, use to try and push the light. Just get a little bit crisper on some of these. Just to punch it out just a smidge. But I think we're at the point where we can kind of, you know, if there's any weird little bits, please raise it now. Otherwise we might wrap up. Because I think at this point I'm just being pretty nitpicky. Get a little bit of this color in here. Here we're going to get deeper shadow. This part back here. A bit of highlight. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. I feel like I've been ignoring it again. Deeper shadow there too. All right, bring this kind of brighter edge. Sorry, I'm like Wash when he's walking, he like notices something and he's just so invested he can't like pull away from it. So I gotta finish this train of thought that I'm on. Even though all this is gonna get covered by traps. You know how it is with me. Alright. Let's see. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh yeah, I did say that I was gonna deal with this hoof part, huh? Didn't I? Well, I should probably do that. I should probably do that. I wouldn't want to forget it. Okay, so how I want to do that is probably just taking this kind of surface color and just having that exist in there, and it's kind of pushed back, so it's going to be getting this shadow cast onto it. And again, we have this kind of like soft lighting happening, right? Not a direct light source, we're not going to get hard shadows happening. And maybe it's just a little darker overall as well. And I think the top side of it, maybe it doesn't quite read as well as it could. I don't think it needs to go quite as dark as it was for the inside there, because again, this is so open without kind of like these deep crevices to kind of block the light. This is very open to the sky, so it's going to get an okay amount. Not as bright as up here, because this has kind of the whole sky bouncing into it, right? But down here it's just kind of like out in front and above, so it's like this cone angle that would kind of maybe catch some of that light. But I think at least this gives a little bit more of an impression of what's going on in here. We might get a little bit of kind of like bounce light from the floor up into it, maybe. Just kind of darkening the shadow on the top side, just to make sure we don't lose the shape completely, because it is getting harder to read the more I kind of do lighting on it. I'm not feeling how deep this is either. You know, like that's kind of not necessarily clear. So I think I need this inside edge to be just a little bit more defined. It wouldn't necessarily catch much light, especially since it's like inset in here and there's less light getting to it than that outside edge. But that might just help the read just a smidge if I do that. All right. So it might be harder to tell what it is, unfortunately, but I think the lighting is at least a little more there. Honestly, there's probably a decent amount of bounce light coming up and hitting the inside of that. If this was in a white void, this would be lit very differently, I would imagine. Get little edges of things to pop out just so that we can read it slightly easier. Make the geometry more obvious. Nice little bit of color in that thin piece right here, even though it's kind of the darker jade. Okay, so I can throw that little hint of a glow under here, probably something like this, and just really soft. Ooh, that's a bit much. Could. I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference on the bottom. I'm not going to have weird issues with the trap looking strange. I mean, I suppose some backdrops might look a bit odd. But I could just do this. Nah, that's too intense. I don't like that. Never mind that. Yeah, if I just kind of make it a little stronger, it might not look too off when we throw a background on top of this. Actually, I do have traps that do that, so let's take a quick look. Where be you, traps? Here you are. Alright, let's look at how bad this is. Okay, that's fine. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alignment. Alignment issue. The base is... The trap is off. Okay, good. What is happening? Alright. Trap is not aligned. That's better. Okay. A little panicked moment there. Again, I think the whole trap folder moved. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Alright. Better. Okay, so there's kind of a nasty edge. I think it's the Jade base that I work off of is kind of an older model of the base. So newer kind of template that I work off of is a little bit better. It's kind of sharper and more to the edge. So I should have kind of modified to work off of that. But it, you know what? It doesn't look too bad. It's obviously noticeable, but at the same time, you kind of don't notice because of how it goes into the white highlights on stuff. So not bad. All right. It could be worse. I'm okay with that. Could be worse. How are we with this? I'm feeling like it's pretty much done. Let's take a quick look with the cheese on it. It's gonna look funny. You can kind of still tell that that's a bowl. I'm thinking I might lighten the shaded side of the bowl just a bit. There you go. It's got a little Gouda on the snoot. Good old nutmeg. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to lighten it. If we look at the kind of the value shift between the top side here and the side here, right? Top side, bottom side, that's an okay jump, but top side, bottom side, top side, bottom side, much bigger, right? Should be more like this difference on this side, I think. So whoa, what's going on? There we go. Okay, let's do this as a layer on top in case we want to go back or handle it in a different way. So what we could do maybe is try this as like a luminosity. So let's just see what that does. So I'll just kind of lock that in with the brightness that I think it might need. And then luminosity. That's a bit much. Let's see what other layers look like. Surprisingly, saturation kind of works. A little too saturated in my opinion, but yeah, luminosity, but let's knock that down quite a lot. Okay, so this is before and after. And yeah, so I think that makes the difference, really. So just kind of clean up a bit. Make sure I'm using a better eraser for that. Okay, and down in here too. And just a bit darker at the bottom edge, because Alright. And I actually kind of want to brighten up the front now. So I think I'm going to take this, and same deal, just using the luminosity of it. Just lighten that up. That's kind of nice. We're getting like almost a little bit of brown coming through in the colors. Actually, you know what? We're not even 5 o'clock. We can just kind of push this a little bit further. We don't need to rush out right now. So I'm just kind of trying to make sure that the material feels distinct, you know. I feel like that's working better now. So like you can tell that the shaded side fits with the top side a little better now. It's still a massive jump, right? It should probably be less massive. But also all the other jade bases are pretty dark on the sides. That's just how I've done it. Yeah. That's what it was before, though. So I think that was a good thing. Nice. All right. It's definitely clear that it's like a different material, though, which is neat, because we kind of had that going here with the monkey, but not as obvious. Now I wonder if it could use a little bit more of this kind of subsurface quality. I feel like maybe it's not quite getting it as much as I like to on the other ones. So we could try and punch it up a bit more. So I'll merge that down. And again, I don't want to go brighter, but I can go more saturated. Maybe a little warmer too. See how that looks. That's another thing. I think when you get your subsurface scattering going on, it can end up being kind of a warmer color that scatters out. I think that's probably because of the way the wavelengths are longer. Maybe the shorter wavelengths kind of get absorbed easier. I actually thought it would be the other way around, because aren't kind of like X-rays super short and they kind of go through stuff? So I don't know. I heard an artist saying like when they use subsurface scattering, they make the color go warmer. So that's where that idea comes from. I don't know how accurate it actually is. So I would imagine the wavelength would be smaller to get through. Who knows? Not I. Not I. All right. I do like it though. It's kind of a nice color happening there. Going to make this brighter here. think this shape could be a little more definite here. A bit like kind of going back in more aggressively, so we can see that that's kind of like the side of the jowl. Right? Now it kind of feels like it matches this a bit more. That just felt a little kind of more like boom going up into the mouth. Yeah. I don't know, I could, honestly, I could just keep at this for hours, but I probably should not. Get a little more kind of color in this edge here. Especially right here. Doesn't have any of that. Alright. And these need a little bit too. Also haven't really accounted for the inside bounce between the kind of the cuts, because the light bouncing in there would also kind of get a little more color bouncing around instead of going directly into kind of like black shadows. You know, I feel like the light that's going to kind of get knocked around inside there is just going to get more and more saturated before it falls off, I suppose. All right, well, or needs lighting on the side. Just looking at it. Let's go with this richer green instead. It's kind of weird, actually. It looks like it's going darker, so I don't want to do that. Luminosity, there you are. Make sure it's not. Should I go a little bit lighter here? All right. Well, I think at this point, any tweaks I'm doing, you really can't even tell what I'm doing. So I think I'll call it. Again, you know, I always really appreciate you guys coming in, hanging out, keeping me company, giving me feedback. Always love that. Let's see, anything I missed? Oh, missing a highlight. Right hand edge where it rises from the floor. Mystery. I need to decipher. Counting from the left bottom edge, the third block, right half of the T-shape doesn't have highlight on its right hand edge. Okay, so this is the T-shape here, right? This edge, right? I think it could use that. You're right. I might be mistaken as to what you're getting at, but I think just getting a little crisper on that edge is good. Again, I could literally just keep working on this forever, but I don't think we want to do that. Just have that fall in there a bit. You can have a little bit of bounce light on the underside of this, just so you can read that. Why not? Why not get a little bit in there? Don't need much. All right. Well, I can't. Third object. Okay. Check out the top part horn on the right. Oh boy. Okay. Top part horn on the right. It's a little bit kind of crusty up there. I know it's going to be one of those things when I like close the stream and look at it. I'll be like, ah, that's what they're pointing out. By the way, how has the stream quality been? Any issues? So I didn't carry over the same settings from my usual setup, so I'm not sure if it's any different or if it's exactly the same. That'd be nice. Or hey, what if it's better? Also great. All right, so third object. This here. Oh. I hope at some point I've hit that thing that you're kind of pointing out, and then it's just like, ah, you got it. I can rest. Drifts away as a spirit. All right. Well, I think I've held you long enough. Again, no one's going to see all that detail, but we did it. We made this thing. All right. Look at the arm on the Chrome Monster bot. Now let's take a quick look. Why not? I feel like it's gonna be like really like, whoa, what? That's ridiculous. How did I ever get away with not noticing how bad that arm is? All right. Whoop. Traps. Chrome Monster bot. Might take a minute to find you. This one, right? Ah, I see what the idea is. So, again, not that it matters because it's not going to fit on the base, but, so it might be a bit confusing because it looks like the arm is coming out. I think I see what's going on. So technically, the arm is coming out of the exact same spot as before, right? But I thought, well, I'm a cool artist, so why don't I do something fancy and try and reflect all of this stuff in here. But I also did not do it as accurately as I would have liked, because the angle that it's at, it would be kind of more maybe like over here, and we'd see maybe a little bit more kind of happening behind it, because it's more like a flat mirror here, right? So it's a little bit hard to make work right. So I probably best to just not go full overboard and make everything perfectly reflective, because honestly, like I kind of hinted at it in a few places. Like you can see, the torso, the legs, the little droid right here. Maybe that's this guy. Oh, here he is. Here he is, different angles of this guy. So basically what's going on here is it's not super clear that I was just trying to reflect the arm. Probably because it needed to show more of the ground below it. And, but yeah, it wasn't a very easy to read part. And so yeah, it looks like it's literally kind of like coming out of this kind of shoulder fin thing, but yeah, it's not. It's supposed to just be basically that. Yeah, I think I did a bad job with the reflection. I don't know, maybe it'd just be an edge of it there. I have to think on that. But yeah, that's that. That's what was going on there. So yeah. All right, no issues with the stream. Great. Little blurry part of the nose. Yeah, I think that the main issue is just the reflection is not very accurate for that part. Could have been done better. And again, it's kind of like something that I'm trying to be better about is, hey, yeah, saving. That's something I'm trying to be better about. But where the accurate thing might make it harder to read and look worse, or just not be as kind of like clear and obvious what's going on. So because it's artwork, we can kind of push the stuff that looks cooler over more accurate and kind of like reads cleaner and better, you know. So I need to continue my journey of not trying to perfect things and just trying to make it look good and interesting. So I'm going to shift these old bases around. They're out of order, so I apologize about that. But I want to post this because I think it looks nice. It's kind of fun to be able to like spot some older ones. Swap the pig. Like the pig. There we go. Yeah. Saved. All right. I'm gonna output this. And up. Save to Facebook page, and I'm also going to post it on my other social media, I guess, because I should do that more. All right, well, that's going to be that. I hope you guys had a good time. Again, I'll do my outro. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I always appreciate it. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, stay safe, do all that good stuff. Happy hunting, and I shall see you maybe next week. I don't know, maybe, but at least in 2 weeks. So, all right, bye for now. Bye.